Shut up, Siri. Who asked you? Who asked you, Siri?
Hosted by your own star.
There you go.
You filled it out.
Okay,
No, I
we
don't know if
are
I have
on
a
the
pen.
record. Good evening, everyone. This is a caucus of the Jersey City Municipal Council. Today is Monday, November 19th, the year 2018. We had a 5:30 p.m. start. We're starting at 5:56 p.m.
Let me see your agenda.
with council
I don't
members
have any. I'm
present.
so
Ridley,
unprepared.
Prinzeri,
Here.
Baggiano, absent. Yun,
Here.
Solomon,
Here.
Robinson, absent. Rivera, Waterman,
Here.
Lavaro.
Here.
We have a 7-0 vote, excuse me, 7 members of the council. We're missing 2 at the present time. Council President, take it away.
Sure. Good evening, council members. So if anyone who's with the city hasn't completed one of these forms, in order for us to make sure we get you on tonight's meeting agenda schedule here. So we're going to start with Kevin and Victor. Kevin McManaman and Victor Afanador.
Well,
Can you tell everyone your law firm again?
Sure. Good evening. Kevin McManaman from McManaman, Scotland and Downman.
Good evening, everyone. Victor Afanador from the law firm of Light, De Palma, Greenberg.
Are you guys together?
yes,
We're all
this is,
together, yeah.
Kevin represents the JCRA in the Powerhouse
Okay, so
settlement.
you're here to talk about the
Yes.
hours as well. Okay. I think you're here for something else. I'm
What
sorry.
is this, 10C?
3A and 3B.
3A, 3B, sorry.
Is there a resolution accompanying it too?
There's actually 2 ordinances. It's
Yeah.
ordinances
There's no
on for first
resolutions.
reading. Ordinance 18-132 and 18-135. They appear on section 3A and 3B of your agenda packets.
Okay.
Can I have your name? I got your McManaman Scotland down, but I didn't get your name.
It should be easy to Kevin McManaman.
Oh, that's easy. There you go.
So if you're ready, I'll just take
Yeah,
set the
take it
table.
away.
Sure. So there's 2 ordinances on for your consideration. The first ordinance authorizes the conveyance of certain property and the execution of project agreements relating to the powerhouse redevelopment and agreements in connection with the settlement and litigation with the Port Authority. And the second ordinance related to the first ordinance provides for the vacation of portions of Washington Street, Washington Boulevard, and First Street rights of way, all located in the Hudson Exchange redevelopment area. So, did you introduce yourself already, Victor?
I did. Once again, for the record, Victor Afanador. A-F-A-N-A-D-O-R. Law firm Light, De Palma, Greenberg.
Thank you.
Mr. Afanador represented the city in connection with some litigation with the Port Authority, and our firm, McManaman, Scotland and Downman, represented the city and JCRA in connection with the conveyance of property and the redevelopment of property, all in a deal that will be struck with PATH and the Port Authority. So Mr. Afanador's efforts and ours sort of coincided. They all relate to the same general project and have the same parties, and they sort of informed each other, which is why we're both here tonight. And the ordinance, the first ordinance, ordinance 18-132, both approves and authorizes agreements in connection with the redevelopment of powerhouse property and the settlement of the litigation that Mr. Fanador and his firm led. So I think maybe I'll
Is there anything you want to tell us about it? Or?
Sure, absolutely. That's what I was just about to get to that. So,
All right.
The Port Authority owns some property over on Washington Street, the old substation parcel, and the city and the JCRA own some property right next to that, right across from First Street. And as part of the overall global resolution of the litigation that Mr. Fanador could describe, the city, the JCRA, Port Authority, and PATH are proposed to enter into a series of agreements that will see the city and the JCRA acquire from PATH the old substation parcel. The city and the JCRA will then sell to PATH the parcels that the city and the JCRA own on Washington Street, upon which PATH will construct a new substation facility. PATH will lease back from the JCRA the old substation parcel while it constructs the new substation facility for a nominal sum for a period of 4 to 8 years. It's a 4-year lease term with the option to renew for another 4-year term. The city and the JCRA will also grant to PATH certain easements that will allow the Port Authority to access parts of the city and the JCRA property necessary to operate the PATH facilities. And all, that will be on a permanent basis. It will also grant PATH temporary easements for construction staging purposes while they build the new substation facility. Lastly, the parties will enter into what we're calling a future revenue agreement. As part of the overall resolution of the deal, the PATH asked, and we agreed as part of the overall resolution, that in the event that there are revenues generated for the benefit of the city and or JCRA as the old PATH station parcel is redeveloped in the future, there are revenues generated from that redevelopment. The city and the JCRA will share those revenues equally with PATH, other than any revenues that are either taxes or pilots or those kind of revenues. So if you sell the property, if you lease the property, if you otherwise generate money apart from taxes or revenue stream like that, then part of the deal will include sharing those revenues equally with PATH. That's very broad strokes. Now I'm going to turn the floor over to Victor, unless anybody has any questions.
I think what may be best is if we both finish our presentation and then questions, because once we're done with that, what PATH and the Port Authority have also agreed to do is resolve our litigation that we were handling for a number of years, trying to collect tax payments from the Port Authority where they've refused to make payments to the city. The three named properties are 2 Montgomery Street, 100 Academy Street, and 90 Columbus Drive. There's also some other issues with respect to prior payments that they weren't making. We've agreed, or the Port Authority has agreed to provide us $35 million in new money moving forward, still making all prior payments or payments in lieu of taxes that they've agreed to for a total of $53 million. In addition to that, they've agreed to go a few years back for back payments on those 3 parcels of properties that I indicated. One of those parcels of property, city has not collected any money on since the Port Authority has owned it. Its revenue in taxes is going to be $1,049,000 in new money coming in. That's just that parcel of property. But when we look at it in whole, $35 million in new money. In addition, the agreement is there's going to be a feasibility study for PATH at the Marion train station. They're going to look at that area, and on their own cost, they're going to review and determine whether or not a new PATH station could be created there, and they're going to review that and then report back to the city. In a nutshell, that's all the financials and the property swap. And what happened is we were operating on 2 different channels, but then the Port Authority reached out to the city and made a determination after we conducted an oral argument at the district court and determined that it made sense to broker a resolution involving both aspects of the property transfer, the transfer station, and our litigation.
And if I can add, since Victor was talking about the financial terms, so PATH is going to convey the old substation parcel to the JCRA for a nominal sum, but the city and the JCRA are going to receive $17.75 million for the parcels that they convey to PATH. That amount is going to be paid in 3 equal installments of just under $6 million each over the next 3 years.
Council members, questions? Anyone?
No, it's not long. No,
What's that?
no. You know what? I read it like probably 10 times. And when you say that we talk a lot of money. First things, let me start first. When we started litigation from the Port Authority and the PATH, we expect like $400 some million. now $400 million to now down to how much? 53? 53 million. So do you have some reason why it's a big difference that while we claim that $400 million to $53 million? Can you explain to us a little bit more?
Are you
It's a
asking
big
me?
difference.
May I?
Yes.
May I start? And you
Whoever
can-
is the
Yeah,
other person knows the story.
I'm sorry?
You can start.
I'll start.
Yeah,
The easiest way to answer this is many of the arguments that were raised in our initial cause of action did not factor in a lot of the discovery that was unearthed during the litigation. One of which was that the city itself, in years past, entered into certain agreements with the Port Authority that locked in payments in lieu of taxes in perpetuity. The lawsuit factored in an ability to revise all of those pilots. After discovery, after oral argument in the district court, it became apparent and obvious that that was a difficult road to hoe in the sense that we were trying to have the port change their agreement, which the city entered into. We can even go back to the 1990s, 1991, under a prior administration, where there are city council records where the administration at that point in time articulated, these are new, updated pilot agreements that are going to carry us forever, and we should agree to this. What makes it difficult is at this point in time, I'm stuck with the city saying we're going to accept this, and now, 10, 15 years later, the city's saying, well, it should be a little more money than this. We didn't realize that all these services were going to be expended. So that's really a reason why the number is different than the initial lawsuit. Other than the obvious tactical thing that lawyers do in lawsuits. They seek a higher amount of money, and then they wait to see what the actual proofs would deliver at that point in time.
The 400 million number we sued for initially also includes damages, which obviously is difficult to get in a case like this, but also reaches back all the way to the beginning of when the Port Authority started buying property and acquiring property in Jersey City in Journal Square in 1957, I think was that date, which statute of limitation on that sort of thing is tough. So that's where that number came from. And yeah, again, some of the things weren't really able to move forward in court.
In terms of proofs, if I can just add in, there were some statute of limitations issues. Also, there were identified 53 properties that we believed initially was owned by the Port Authority through discovery, and I will advise the council and notify that it took us a lot of unearthing. We're talking about going through records in the early 1900s, 1930s, and we unsurfaced that some of the property we alleged was owned by the Port Authority was no longer owned by the Port Authority. So that also played a factor in understanding what the true value of our resolution should be or could be under the circumstances.
Interesting.
So another one is my concern is that they talking about what is it here go? Marion section is another pass station.
Yeah.
The additional, it's just they're going to do study or really they plan to
Feasibility
build? It's a
study,
big difference.
it's the first step, yeah.
Study.
They can't obviously commit to doing a full station right now. They're gonna do a feasibility study, something we've been asking them to do for a while.
Yes, we asked it many years.
Yeah.
Since
Yeah.
I think under the
2005, I
Hill's
think was the
administration.
first, yeah.
But I mean, they're just a feasible study or they really plan to build? It's a
Just
big
a study.
difference.
Just a study.
Just a study, yeah,
Study itself.
yeah.
And that means what? We cannot have it too.
Well, it's,
Now, because of that, we settle the case, you know what I'm saying? But if we're gonna settle the case because they plan to build, it's a big difference that they're gonna settle the case, just they're gonna do a study, you know what I'm saying?
well, look, I mean, it's a separate issue from the lawsuit here, so it's just an added bonus for us to get this done as a part of this settlement. Yeah.
And also, when they do that, do me a favor, we're talking a lot of money.
I can send you a schedule of payments. The first
Yeah.
3 years are approximately 7.6 million each. The next 7 are approximately 1.7 million each. I'll send everyone the schedule. I'll have it in a
Surprise.
chart I can send.
I tried to find out the lot number, the block number from this map. I think nobody can see this one.
No.
I mean, come on. You know, we talking $17 billion. We're gonna transfer our land to, the past, or the Port Authority, and we don't even know where it's located. Anybody can see where is our land? I mean, come on, you know? And even law department make hundreds of thousands of charge of city. You guys come up some nice presentation so everybody can visually see that which land we're gonna transfer, which land to transfer back and which land is our part, which land is belong to JCRA, which is a city, you know what I'm saying? Something which we show to us, but when you see that, I say, come on, it's too much. I think about time to really get it all improve that, make a presentation, But
Can you provide
Better maps?
Yes.
Of course, and just for what it's worth, the agreement itself identifies the block and lot numbers. The property exchange agreement does so in the.
Listen, thank you very much. Let me ask you this one. City-owned, actually, the owned land is a block 11603 and the lot 37. Ask this room, how many people knows that where they're located? None.
Sure, we're gonna send, okay, noted, we'll send a better map to the council.
And the agents own the block and the 11603,
Sure.
lot 38.
We got it.
Where?
Got it. We'll send you a map.
But please, Brian,
Yep, we'll do it.
you do the great work. I
Thank
don't
you.
know complain your work, but don't say it like this one.
Sure.
This is insult to our members, our colleagues. So come on, we stop these things, But it's a good settlement, money-wise. That's what I want to know, because you guys actually fight the court, so you guys know better than we are. But this is a decent settlement for the city of Jersey. You cannot get a couple more $1 million? I'm asking you.
That's a good question.
Yeah. If this council, this ordinance, tomorrow we reject, this city council asks more dollars, then what happens?
I think I would encourage you to consider that whenever you have a resolution of a number of different financial terms, it's sort of hydraulic, right? They all push and pull against each other. If we demanded that PATH pay the city and JCRA more for the land than we ultimately are proposing for your consideration here, they likely would turn the victor and say, we can't pay as much on the pilot side, or vice versa. And from a timing standpoint, I think that your question is if they reject it now, my understanding is that PATH, it's becoming mission critical for PATH to upgrade their facilities
Yes, it
now.
is.
And if they don't, then who knows
Yeah.
really what they will do logistically with the facilities that they have, and it would potentially impact our ability to resolve all of the different issues that are being resolved globally in this day now.
We've also been litigating this for 5 years now, so it's been back and forth quite a bit.
Yes,
So we've
it's
been
5
working
years,
for the
yes.
best possible number for many
And
years.
the first thing saying that 2010, when we saw in the city council, the first things, most exciting things was a mayor bring up the table was that we're gonna sue Port Authority to get the $400 million. So we don't care about how much cost will be the lawyer, let's go. And we only get the $50-some million. That's why I'm scratching my head, we should get some more.
Yeah.
If I could just say, our litigation has been fought very, very aggressively. I want to say that on behalf of me and my firm, we are honored to have represented the city of Jersey City and all of you. We are very thankful to have had this assignment, and we believe that this is a favorable resolution. The amount of money that's coming in is much more than the port has ever agreed to provide. One of the seminal things that's important to know is, according to the statutes, and we're talking about statutes that were created when the Port Authority was created, before the Port Authority became who they were now, this bilateral statute allowed them to actually not have to pay any taxes. So the statutes say, we don't have to pay you any taxes. So when this case first started, the Port Authority said, I don't know where you're going, because technically I don't have to pay you any taxes. And I go, well, listen, I don't care what those statutes say. It's unfair to the taxpayers of the city of Jersey City. And that's what we did, and we pushed and prodded, and eventually we got them to buckle on some of these claims. One other highlight is, technically under that theme, that they don't have to pay any taxes, the closest they would have to get is the last paid taxes on the 2 Montgomery property. Well, whoever owned that privately certainly wasn't paying $1 million in taxes. We've gotten above and beyond what those last payments and taxes are, and that's different than what the statute said. So I just would like you to say that I thank you, and I think it is a very good settlement for the taxpayers of Jersey City.
I take your word.
Yeah,
What
No,
happens
he
after
explained
25 years?
you did.
The pilot payments for
So the
20
pilots go in perpetuity. The pilots go in perpetuity.
Okay.
And
It actually might, yeah.
Do they increase with inflation?
they do not.
Okay.
They do not.
So that's a fixed number for
Sorry.
what
That is a
they're
fixed
paying.
number moving forward. But it is a 25-year settlement agreement. So,
Sorry.
No, no, go ahead,
confused.
please.
So how's it 25 year, but then it's in perpetuity? Can you just explain that to me?
So, one of the huge arguments that we bolstered at the beginning of this lawsuit, which led to the $440 million cause of action or lawsuit, was that these agreements are unfair in terms that they go in perpetuity. That's what the statute says, that's what it, so in settling this case, we have to resolve all of those claims. And the pilots go in perpetuity. However, in 25 years, we don't know where the Port Authority will be. We don't know what those statutes will look like. So while we are settling this case with prejudice, and I defer to Corporation Counsel as to with prejudice and what this body understands with prejudice to be, 25 years from now, our obligations of what we agreed to may be something different, and we may have new affirmative claims. I'm not saying, and I'm not providing that legal advice, but that's the wrinkle with the 25-year terminology.
Do we have a sense of, or 25 years from now, what we would estimate the inflation adjusted dollar would be? I mean, obviously we can't predict inflation, but are we talking, if we did the previous 25 years, what would that be?
I am unaware, I couldn't opine as to that. I will say one other thing, if I may, that,
NW Financial.
Okay.
This is not easy said
He could opine.
Yeah, you said it right.
Dennis said right. Could opine, yes.
the Port Authority,
Sarah, go ahead.
the Port Authority is extremely reluctant, and it's a non-starter to create escalation clauses in their pilot agreements. It was a point of contention for many, many years and many settlement negotiations with them. But quite frankly, what I believe is that they don't want to go that route in one jurisdiction because it could affect the way they negotiate all their pilots in other jurisdictions. So that's why they may have paid us a little more handsomely with the property transfer and in providing us this feasibility study at no cost, because they don't or can't escalate payments in the future.
So now, this study, how long is going to be done? The Marian section, the Pat train.
You know,
It's 1 year.
So 1 year, they're going to be the ones. And just curious, they say they listed the in other words, a property organization, 3 locations. Which is a tenant? Who is the tenant? 3 locations.
for what?
They listed, Port Authority listed 3 different farms, the land, the non-profit, not the profit organization, so not the non-profit. So now, what is the name of the company? Was it? Do you know who was the tenant?
They're leasing to other.
Yeah.
Are you talking about properties that the Port Authority owns now that are the subject
Who
of
was the
pilot
tenant?
agreements?
No, because of the issues that Port Authority listed their land to profit organization, profit institutes, right? Then they are not tax exemption. So now the 3 is, what is the name of the leaseholder, the tenant?
I'm sure that's in the litigation where the properties were no longer subject to exemption because they were leased to private parties. Did you
Yeah.
get
Well,
tenants?
the argument, the tenants were Adventures in Learning, was one tenant, and that's
To
only
Montgomery.
in 2 Montgomery.
2 Montgomery?
2 Montgomery, Adventures in Learning.
What kind of company is that?
It's a daycare.
It sounded
A
like a
daycare?
daycare. It sounded like a daycare.
Oh.
But it's only 1 floor, it's minimal, the space isn't, it's not multiple floors. Through discovery, that property, the bulk of the use was Port Authority property, and the facts, there was no way to really dispute it.
Okay.
For the land transfer, for the, I call it the triangle space that's there.
Yes.
With Guatemala. Can you describe sort of what commitments, that I guess the Port Authority has made in this settlement about its uses going forward, its design, and any type of, potential public access to the space?
So, their commitment is to use it for path consistent uses. Their stated purpose is to construct a new substation facility on it. With respect to design, they reserve the right to do their own design, subject to the ability of the city to comment on it. So that'll, I imagine, play itself out probably pretty quickly, because they're gonna go, with both barrels, I think, right at this thing, so we'll be able to.
So is ability to comment defined at all?
It would be through our normal processes of planning and planning board and all that stuff, for sure.
Okay.
If I, so the specific language is in section 26.0 of the property transfer agreement, and the parties acknowledge that the purchaser, who in this instance is PATH, retains full control over the design of the substation, but that notwithstanding that they have the ability to do that, they will provide the city an opportunity to provide reasonable input as to the exterior of the new substation at the property.
But exterior, okay. So folks in that neighborhood, we're trying to work with the administration to set up some ability for them to have their questions answered, because they have more explicit, they're going to have a lot of questions. But, I think they're hopefully looking for maybe a little bit more than just exterior. I mean, in an ideal world, potentially there's even public access to whatever the roof of that building looks like. But that's, a big ask, but there's a total lack of open space in that neighborhood, and to take this away is a taking away of open space. That in a neighborhood that has been planned, without a lot of open space in it.
Sure.
So I'm wondering to what extent we can strengthen that requirement to allow for that community more ability to have their concerns answered in the design of the space.
I wonder if it might help to take a moment just to orient you, because I understand from Councilman Yunus' question earlier that maybe I was taking for granted that everybody knew where these properties were located. So the parcel that Port Authority owns is bounded by Washington Street, First Street, Bay Street, and Green Street. And if their street names mean anything to you, we'll provide better maps for you. I beg your pardon for not doing so now. But across First Street are the parcels that the city and the JCRA own. So the parcels that the city and the JCRA are providing to PATH to create the new substation are directly across the street from the parcel that the city is getting from PATH. That parcel PATH is going to use for a period of time while they construct a new facility, after which it's going to be redeveloped. JCRA is going to implement a redevelopment of that site. So one of the, I think, answers to the question you're posing now may be that in connection with the redevelopment of the old substation parcel, we might be able to better accommodate some of the types of issues that you're raising right now.
Sure. Yeah, I think what those folks would say, and what I would also say is there's some skepticism that open space will materialize, that they've been waiting for decades for something to happen, and have made it clear that they're looking for open space on those parcels. To sort of say, well, I don't believe the current redevelopment plan calls for much open space, maybe a little plaza in front of the powerhouse, but and I think I can go back and look at the mayor's press release.
Can we?
But I thought there was language around design control as opposed to design input. So I can go back and find the press release, but that's my memory.
So you're looking for a guarantee on the open space?
That may be too far, but what I'm looking for is greater public input in the design process around the new substation.
Sure. I mean,
Public input.
Public
okay.
input, yeah.
And my last question is page 3.
Did we answer that?
I mean, it's
What's that?
it's requested. So, and I think we'll have some meetings and we'll have the community give us their input on their thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, I think what we can commit to is, and the Port Authority's committed to us, is more communication around this sort of thing, and they're much more forthcoming and open to these types of meetings. The only restriction that they have there is that they have to have certain types of equipment there, which is sort of, puts limits on what can and can't be put next to it. Yeah, but they've said to me on multiple occasions that they're committed to doing right by the neighborhood and adding open space where they can. But again, this goes through the normal city review process, so it comes to planning, and at that point, as with everything, it will go to the community. So.
Sure. Further follow-up question was, those folks over there had questions about the sort of, the impacts of, the electricity, potential health impacts. obviously there's an existing substation.
Yeah.
I don't know how much path intends to increase the capacity there. But are we able to just answer, like, do we have some basic questions on like, what are the health impacts of situating this here? You know, what are the studies? Just be able to answer questions.
They have not confirmed the exact equipment they're going to put there.
Okay.
All they have said is that it will be much more efficient than the existing equipment, so it will not have the same bulkiness and also the same sort of like, emissions, whatever you want to call it, that comes from it. So it'll be much more compact and much less intrusive on the environment visually and all those things. So, but we don't have any of those.
Details on
Yeah,
what
we have
they're
nothing.
planning. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I ask JCRA, it's page 3,
Of which document?
on the 3A,
3A.
the page 3, in the second whereas, TAS will contribute to 300,000 toward the cost of such TAS equipment removal. So JCRA will be designated redeveloper to claim that the remove the old equipment or any environmental issue, but only PA, the Port Authority only contribute to $300,000. So when they JCRA designate to develop, redevelop, to make sure that redevelop aware that whatever costs come down, they only get $300,000 reimbursed by past Port Authority, clear. Okay, I don't want you to redeveloper coming to city or JCRA ask for more money.
Understood, yeah, there's certainly the intention to push that burden onto the developer.
Yes, so that's what developer responsible,
Yes.
but only PA contributed $300,000. City of Jersey or JCRA got no responsible for any
Understood.
cost of the removal. Right?
Understood.
We never pay for that.
I know you got no money. All right.
Don't tell anyone, but we try to make the redeveloper responsible for everything.
Yes. Okay. And then they don't want to come back to city council to ask for more money. So we don't want to do that. All right. Okay. I got it.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? That's it?
I have just one other matter to address with 3B, that's 18135. There will be a slightly amended version of the ordinance that I'll be circulating tomorrow that will be amended to include Washington Street as well as Washington Boulevard. And that's the only change to the ordinance. That's correct, Kevin?
That is correct. They actually meet right about where the property, the path and the JCRA and the city properties are. And the earlier versions of the ordinance simply referenced Washington Street. But when we learned where they met, and we have to include Washington Boulevard in the ordinance. So you'll just see in the other version, it says Washington Street, comma, Washington Boulevard, and First Street right to the
It'll be it's a very minuscule portion.
All right.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Do you want me to talk about the other reso, corrected reso? For
Which one is
Berry Lane
that?
Park? I think it's the
Berry Lane
third-
Park, okay.
37.
Which item is that?
I think it's either the third or fourth one, it's 18 third, I think it's 187.
18 what?
You show me the agenda, I'll show you. It's 3D.
Oh, it's an ordinance.
Sure.
Okay, 3D, it's an ordinance amending ordinance 16-099, which authorized the conveyance of city-owned property to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency to, 1, remove the parkland restrictions on block 18901, lots 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12, which were never intended to be part of Berry Lane Park, and 2, authorize the city to accept conveyance of the remainder of the property for Berry Lane Park.
So I just want to explain what this is. In going through our records for Berry Lane Park, I happened to notice that the ordinance which conveyed these lots, which are along Garfield Avenue, were designated in the ordinance as though they were part of Berry Lane Park, and they're not physically part of Berry Lane Park. So we just need to correct the ordinance so that it's clear that these lots are intended for redevelopment and they're not intended to be physically part of Berry Lane Park, because they're not. So it was just a mistake that we're trying to correct.
Okay. Any questions on that?
You look,
Can you give us a map of those?
Correct.
you want a map? Sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
They sent the map out earlier, right?
No, it wasn't on the agenda. Was it an email?
Yeah, actually, I text
corporation came for this morning. I thought everybody was
Yeah, I can
included
I
on
can
it.
send you guys a visual, but if you think Garfield Ave, it's like a series of vacant lots like 1058, 1054 along Garfield Ave. And so what's gonna happen is if those are go on record as being part of Berry Lane Park, they'll go on the Rossi, the list, the Green Acres restricted list, and they wouldn't be able to be developed. And they're not, it was just a mistake. They're not part of Berry Lane Park, but I'll send you the visual so you can see where it is.
Marlene's making copies right now.
Wasn't they gonna, that's why I wanna know where it's at, because at one point, there was a developer that was gonna build along Garfield in some
Yeah.
way. So I wanna,
Well, right, but as long as if we don't correct this, they won't be able to develop anything.
Right. But Diane, this is what it is. They sent to me.
I don't- Sorry,
Because she
I
gotta
actually
answer
think
this,
it's
'cause this is
better
something
if you
I'm
have
finding
the photographic visual versus like even that anyway, because then you can see where it is. So if
okay.
if the copy she's making is inadequate, I'll send you the actual like aerial, so you can see where it is. So,
No, you was talking,
Diane, you know what I'm saying, right?
oh yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
Are these parcels of land contaminated? Do we know?
I don't know if we've done any like environmental testing. I mean, there's a lot of contamination down there, so, there's, even if there's no, like, even if there's nothing, serious, there's always historic fill. But as far as I know, we just own the land, but we haven't done anything to it. Eventually, when it becomes developed, there will be, testing done, so.
So did you say these are currently on the Rossi for the open space festival?
So Berry Lane Park is on the Rossi, so, so if this ordinance isn't corrected, it was just really a drafting error. And if it isn't corrected, then these lots could be considered on the Rossi.
Right, and
even
then
though
we
they're
would,
not
if they were developed,
part.
we would have to replace whatever
Yeah.
times as much, and that's a lot of land, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so. All right, I'll get that to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's open space festival.
Okay, Michael, can do you want me to, Councilman Young,
Yeah?
folks, can I just get everyone's attention?
Yeah.
If you could take your side conversations outside? Thank you. Do you want to deal with the 4E and
Oh, yeah.
your items, so we can let your friends, our
Yes.
friends, on the statue, go home?
So, yeah, we'll try to,
So we're going to talk about 4E, everyone.
so, I think the Caucus and Council, would you explain to what happened at the court?
On Friday,
So let me just, since Robert's not here, this is an ordinance repealing City Ordinance 18-057. Go ahead.
okay, and just for further background, Ordinance 18057 was the ordinance passed in June by the council, providing for the relocation and dedication of the new park at the foot of York Street for the Kitten Forest Massacre Memorial. A court order issued on Friday, November 16th, found that Ordinance 18057 was null and void, and that therefore has been essentially vacated from the city's code. And therefore, there would be nothing for the council to vote on as far as the repeal of that ordinance, because it has been done so by judicial order.
So,
Well, what we doing now?
Pardon me, council?
So what we doing now? I mean,
So
what,
now-
the court's made a decision.
I think we give to everybody copy.
The court's made a
Yeah.
decision. I
Okay,
mean,
everybody has copy, right?
that's the law. Why are we wasting time?
So this is the ordinance, is agenda number 3G, and second is 4E. So what we try to do that, we deleted most of them, except the yellow highlighter, keep it there one as ordinance. Then it will be okay. Can you give us some legal opinion?
I will be happy to review your proposal.
Yes,
And I
okay.
can speak to you offline then
Yes.
about the parameters through which something like that
So
can be
we
presented.
wish to have, it's Christmas just around the corner. If we're able to do that, then make sure that tomorrow as a first reading, so before Christmas we can pass as a second reading, so a police American community have their celebration for, as a Christmas gift from the Jersey City. Can we do that?
I'll be in touch with you, I'll be in touch with the council president.
Okay, good.
So,
He's not promising to
just
get
to
it.
get clarification, the result of the lawsuit was saying that the vote we took last time is null or?
No, that the the ordinance passed in June of 2018.
Okay.
June 13.
That ordinance was essentially vacated by judicial order.
That's the original ordinance to relocate the statue.
Correct.
Yes, so this
Yes.
ordinance we drafted based on city ordinance 18057. But now, court order, the 18057 is void.
Null and void.
Yes, so now, whatever we pass this one, it's no sense to pass, because, you know, so now what
No
we do.
sense.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
procedurally, so when,
Folks,
when 4E is on the current agenda, procedurally, what do we do?
Right.
Table it.
Table it,
Table it prior to public hearing?
Or defeat it.
Excuse me, you don't table it, it doesn't exist.
Defeat it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say,
Defeat
there's
it.
nothing, we just withdraw it.
Right.
It vacates it.
It's nothing to vote on.
yes. See, that's,
Okay, so
That's
Robert,
what-
you're gonna remove it from the agenda, is that?
Null and void by
Well,
void, it never existed.
It's not gonna be voted, it's not gonna be voted upon as Norma has just indicated. It's as if it never existed.
Okay, what was the legal, what was the basis of the opinion to?
I can speak to you about that off the record.
Okay. Does this mean in the law department's assessment that there is no legal basis for any referendum related to this ordinance? Because it doesn't exist, I guess?
There is no referendum.
There is no,
There is no ordinance, there is no referendum.
And how long ago did we realize this? Like, how long ago?
November the
was the court
16th.
case filed?
Friday
at 4 o'clock.
Friday at 4 o'clock it was decided. It was filed on October 24th, is my understanding. Correct?
Yes.
Explain to your friends.
so, Council President?
By a private party.
Yes, yes.
I think we try to solve the problem very simple is that if a law department works so hard tonight through tomorrow, maybe you bring up the new ordinance the way we just mentioned to that, and tomorrow meeting as a first reading, you know, introduce, and we can have December as a second reading, it's going to be over.
A new ordinance?
Yeah.
What would be the need
For a new ordinance.
New ordinance, so new ordinance is very simple.
Councilman, there's a lot of assumptions in there on your part.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
you know, you can see that, yeah. Did I give you a copy? Give you.
Yeah.
What the Councilman Yoon wants to do is to have an ordinance that specifically states that the statue will be there in perpetuity.
That's it.
That's what he's
Yeah.
saying.
For first reading tomorrow.
Yes. As
We have a
reading
first
tomorrow.
reading ordinance.
What did the
So
court
let me-
say?
have to check the legality.
Yeah.
I mean, in perpetuity, that
Perpetuity
language
got us in
can't be in there.
Yes.
Those were the two words that got us in trouble.
In perpetuity
Amending
can't be
it
in
to
there.
add those two words back
Yeah.
in June.
Okay.
That's what got us
See,
in trouble.
that's what I'm saying, so
and voided
tomorrow-
the ordinance.
Tomorrow as a first reading introduction.
Yeah, but
So
we
we
can't
can-
use those words, right?
No, we can use that now.
In perpetuity?
Yes,
Listen to the law.
Listen to the,
yeah,
Law.
We have to research it, to
Okay.
see what the legality of it is.
All right.
It's not just merely the in perpetuity. I don't know whether the council can bind the city's property by virtue of resolution also. So there's a couple of different legal issues. They have to
Resolution
be
or
thought out.
ordinance?
I mean, excuse me, by ordinance, have to be thought out and researched
So
before.
when I see the-
Outside of the in perpetuity, which in and of itself may be an issue.
yes, so when we see that the state statute, I think a maximum goes to 99 years.
Well, that addresses the perpetuity issue,
Yeah.
it may or may not, but binding the city's property via ordinance may be another legal issue. So, like I said, it's just not a question of one, and when we research 1 and 2, there may be 3. So we need a moment to think about it, because this is all related, the other issue is that this is all related to an ordinance that has already been invalidated, and you're still putting a tail end on it, so I don't even know if that would be permissible. So there's a few different issues that we have to research before we can just grant it, but the legality of it may be another issue.
so what I'm hearing is they don't want to rush it for next meeting? Is that
For tomorrow.
for tomorrow? For,
It's not even,
I'm sorry, not next
it's
meeting,
not even
tomorrow.
a business.
Yes, not even business, because,
It's
Yeah.
only one business day. We're getting cut short.
Understood.
You know, we usually have 2 business days to for council meeting, so he's back to back.
So
for real killers.
they are,
Peter can do it.
I appreciate the vote of
But
confidence,
to net
council.
effect, council members and members of the Polish community is that it's like it never happened.
understood.
Back to school.
But there's
It's
a,
like it never happened.
there's a desire, regardless of what
That's
your,
what I'm trying to say. I'm shut up now.
okay. Regardless of what your position is on the issue, there's the folks would like to see the ordinance on the agenda, and so if you just directly let them know that you will not have it ready, like for tomorrow, that would be
Right.
great, so that, instead of,
Just say that, right.
I'll be in touch with the clerk and with you, council president, tomorrow.
okay, so it's still open. I don't know what to say about that. So-
I mean, but for the record, I just wanna state that I'm kind of like, and it just doesn't happen every day, it's like an eclipse. I'm agreeing with Councilman Yoon, I kind of would like to see that type of language in there if we can do it.
And I think we will look to see if there's a way to get everyone where they want to go, as long as we're within the left and right boundaries of the law.
So whatever you present to city council tomorrow,
He's not gonna present it tomorrow, he just is not, he's not saying it up front.
He's not saying yes, he's not saying
He's
no.
not
It's not promising.
That's what he.
So let
he's
me-
not
I'm promising an
us anything.
effort to.
He promised
Let
an
me-
effort.
put your effort to make delivery tomorrow, that's what we're looking for. Oh, God.
If I may make a suggestion,
Yeah.
and again, I'm being very open and transparent here. I'm of the position that I'd like to see the statue relocated. I think the Polish community is being treated very unfairly here. I've said this all along. And people who are supporters of keeping the statue where it is. But given all of the legal issues that have transpired, rushing an ordinance onto the agenda would probably not be a good thing, because if there was any legal problems with it or holes, if one resident of Jersey City could find legal holes in the last one, right? I think the people who support relocating it, and although I'm on that, they'll find that legal hole as well, right? And so you're better off taking the time, I think a little bit, working with the law department, and making sure you have an ordinance that's crafted well, and then figuring out how the vote goes after that.
Council President?
My suggestion, that's all.
Yes, I
It's just a suggestion.
So you say right. Actually, when you have a city council meeting, there are issues as a bill to one of the council presidents. I think Jamestown, you do that. Because 20 years to, permanently stand there, have a substantial change. At the time, our corporation council makes a suggestion, no, it's not substantial change. So that's why this city council has passed that. Now what we get?
I understand, I agree with you. I'm not-
We're back to nowhere.
We are.
We're back to nowhere.
It's the Twilight Zone. The memorial statue.
My lost summer, all for nothing.
And the corporation council,
Folks, let's move on from this.
the council president?
Yes.
We shouldn't be able to repeat this kind of things again. And based on when I heard that, when we have a Falcon and the Falcon Act by C type of government organization, we can city council, we can have our own corporation council?
No, that's I've heard that asked for 30 years. The answer is no. The Corporation Council represents the entire corporation, the mayor's office, both the legislative and executive branch, and that's
Even
it.
the Falcon Act is a different type of government. They say we are C type, so we can have.
Right, no.
No?
We're Plan C. That just means we have 9 members, concurrent terms, a mayor and 9 council members, 6 wards, 3 at large, but it doesn't mean that we can have a corporation council, that the city council can have its own council.
Okay.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
Okay, any other, we're done here? All right, let's move on then. Where's my items here?
So corporate council, when you write on the sponsor, I'm gonna be sponsoring me and
Okay.
Rich Bujan, okay?
And who else?
The sponsor,
Okay, you and who else?
Rich Bujan, okay? James Allen, you can do that? Cool? No? Okay.
I have to read it first.
Off the hook. Okay, he's off the hook. Okay.
He's speaking for Rich already?
Yeah, we spoke together.
Let's not try to count votes at the
Right.
table, please.
Okay.
Okay.
All right? Do it in private. When I can't
Stacy, you
hear
fill out a
you.
form?
I filled out tomorrow.
Do I have that? Okay. Asking, oh, I see it now.
Yeah, filling out the form.
All right,
I do think so.
since we're talking about statues, Elizabeth, you want to just come on up? Which is your item? Which item is
Shall
that?
we release our friends and
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Councilman Young?
Do whatever they want.
They can go home.
I know, I spoke. Which, folks, which item are you? Z15.
Thanks, Councilman. Z15, council members, members of the public,
You don't have to come tomorrow.
is the second appearance. You're blocking the camera, Mr. Kapuscinski, too tall. Z15 is a resolution introducing and approving the 2018 budget of the Exchange Place Alliance District Special Improvement District, directing me to publicly advertise the budget and schedule a public hearing, and directing the tax assessor to prepare an assessment roll of properties within the district based upon the budget. Attached to the resolution is the pared down, if you will, budget of the EPSASID. So Elizabeth Kane is here with us, an alumni.
Okay,
Today.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'm back. Last time I was here, you asked to pull out our add in the rollover money from the previous fiscal year. That's gonna go to capital improvement, so it's there. And we also just, since we had time to adjust it, we adjusted, the line items based on the spend last year, thing, and this is what it is. So let me know if you have any questions.
Are there any questions on this?
Yes, okay. Just simple question. Actually, the USI board proved that their budget is for July 1st, 18 to June 30, 19, April 10, 2018. Any reason to you guys hold till almost 7 months to bring up to city council?
We didn't hold it. It was not submitted, and then it was submitted again, and it was held for a meeting to come to, I think what Brian was saying, to put some time in between them. We had rollover money, so it wasn't urgent for us to be approved at the time.
So
You
another
said
question.
rollover, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. No.
You said rollover money?
Yes, we're holding money for capital improvements.
So
Last
now-
year was our first year, just so everyone
Last year, first
understands.
year.
The first year we were formed and functioning. So we've added staff, we've added, some landscaping. We're going to do capital improvements, including pedestrian safety, paving, parks, etc. So that took some planning.
Okay,
Go ahead.
The last meeting, like capital improvements had specifically listed Exchange Place and Four Corners, and then this one just includes capital improvements more broadly. Do you have a, does the city have a plan for how they're going to spend capital reserves?
Well, it's just based on what the needs are for each capital improvement, based on what's going on. We can't really target that. We may have to move on to other projects. We don't know how much the Four Corners Park is gonna need. I've actually gotten a grant for the playgrounds, which has been great. So that's, $150,000 less than we needed before, so,
I guess maybe we can rephrase where it said, what can you tell us about your intentions, and I guess this fiscal year until June 2019, spend on that?
So our intentions are Four Corners Park, to get that going. Christopher Columbus pedestrian safety improvements really need to happen immediately. We may need to adjust some plans for that. We're also working on, with architecture, hopefully moving things along with Colgate Park and Peninsula Park. Not sure the timeline of that, but we may need some design funding for that this year. And then there's general, just like, we can kind of help with the road patching and crosswalk painting and that sort of thing. City, that's all in there.
First year is tough year. Good luck. Good luck.
You're good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But the, Elizabeth, you have to understand, I think that January, Elizabeth, next January, before next January, you gotta send to city council your tax audit,
My West?
your audit.
Yeah, we have it.
Yeah, you have
Or
that?
just need to review it.
Right. Next year.
That's fine. And where's the other?
No, but make sure the order improved, that's what she said, she has to show it to the board.
But the
I already have the
is
one
next
page, it
January.
was like a 7-page document. Yeah,
Yeah, January. Just what I
sorry, okay. Carmen, you're up.
I'm here for item Z 48, I think it is.
Sorry?
Z 48?
No, we're
Oh,
not.
Z 16.
Z16, let me get there.
Yeah,
It's
resolution.
got a long title.
No, that's not.
No.
It's not that.
Not C16.
Okay, let me, the housing element of the master plan?
Nope.
No, that wouldn't be you.
This is going to be walked on by McKinney. So it's like the last note that I have here.
No, that's
No, not
way,
this.
right.
So it's, Bob, it's the item that I signed today,
What are we looking at?
the lead abatement,
Maybe
yes.
it's amongst, excuse me, maybe it's amongst the, is this Michael's development? Is that what you're talking
No,
about? Lead abatement?
the lead abatement,
Z18.
Z18, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was told 16 and like 4 o'clock. It's 18.
Z18.
Z18. It's a walk on, yep.
It was handed out to everybody at the start of the meeting.
Yes, everyone got it.
Did everyone get it? So this is a resolution looking to award a contract to Lou for lead abatement services. It was part of our 2016 audit. Earlier in the year, I believe in June, there was a resolution to recommend for us to go into competitive contracting, and now we're looking to award so that we can abate and test the homes that we have.
So let me ask you a quick question.
Sure.
We're gonna purchase $142,000 a year, right?
Hmm?
Then $142,000 can provide, how many homes will be, they're gonna be at the test?
So of the 27, 15 were found to need to be stabilized, and
I'm sorry?
Hold on. I'll read it directly from the contract. From the RFP, 15 properties will need stabilization services, and 2 will need lead-based paint hazard services. So of the 27, 10 of them were found to be cleared. So we're working with 17.
So for that, like $142,000, a lot of money, don't you think so?
This is what happens when you don't administer the federal programs in accordance to the regulations. And this-
Almost a $3,000 test for the lead test?
Yeah. And again, this was an audit of a program of 2012 and 2013. So, and then the audit, the Office of Inspector General came here in 2016. They exited in the later half of 2016, and then we took action in 17, and here we are in regards to contacting the homeowners, addressing this contract.
Okay, any other questions on this?
Are we fully up to date now on all the, the tax and abatements? I know this is from 2012, 13, but like today, are we feel good
With
about
that-
where we are?
We're in a much better position. I mean, I would say after 4 years, so it came out of our homeowner repair grant.
Right.
That grant was, when I became the director, I finished out what we had in fiscal 14 and 15,
Right.
suspended the grant, revamped it, created new policy and procedures manual. The policy and procedures manual was approved therefore by our field office. We are now in pilot and working and rolling out and doing 2 homes at the time currently. So we didn't want to fully launch it. We haven't taken on new applications so that we actually adhere to this in the program. And then my division also has a compliance manager officer who is an attorney who worked in the law department here in the city, who oversees that compliance administration. So we are, you know, and then we also hired an environmental specialist that has the academic credentials to do that. So in conjunction with both of them, we're in a much better position than we were many years ago.
Okay, before you leave, there is a mortgage subordination for Elizabeth Costa,
Okay.
2822 Kennedy Boulevard.
I received the original
Right.
very,
Can we
very
get this on the
late.
agenda?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
I
Okay,
have
I made
it
sure.
for inclusion.
Oh,
I have it for inclusion, but I was literally walking out of my office when
okay, good
Right.
enough.
the busy little people in the law department ran it down to me. So,
Yeah.
I'll have copies for you. It's a resolution authorizing the execution of a mortgage
Mortgage.
subordination agreement affecting the property at 2022 Kennedy Boulevard.
Do you
Correct.
know what program? Is this home or HIP?
Horp.
HORP? Okay.
It's horrible.
So it's
It's,
standard to start?
it's HORP
Yeah.
funds.
You need me to sign?
Oh, I don't know, whatever needs to be done, you guys can figure it out.
Right, because we want it on the agenda
You want
tomorrow.
it on the agenda?
We want it,
You
yeah.
look
If
at
you, the next meeting's not until December 15th, 12th. so
Right,
To you
that's
by
right.
email tomorrow morning.
tomorrow morning? Okay.
Okay,
get dinged again.
Okay?
Got it.
so it'll be on tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Let's see. Joe Cunha, Dave Spader. There's a late item here. Which is the item?
It is Z20.
December 12th?
It
Or
is-
19th, I'm sorry.
It is the 19th, okay.
Sorry,
No, I just wanted
my apologies. December 19th is the next council meeting, for the record.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's a long time.
It's a long time between meetings.
It is. So I think people that really need to get something on, need to get it on. Because that was,
Okay, folks, this is a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between the City of Jersey City, the Jersey City MUA, and PPG Industries regarding the Carteret Avenue environmental remediation. This is a late item. Is there an urgency to this being on, that it's a late item? I assume it wasn't at the agenda meeting, is that?
Yeah, Pete, you want to take that? So the urgency here is that the DEP has a strict timeline. Actually, it's subject, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, subject of litigation, where we pushed for this timeline to accelerate. This is the property largely bounded by Pacific Street, Garfield Avenue, the light rail, and Caven Point Avenue. It's the large, mostly stone area that's been worked on for in excess of, 15 years, Dave? And finally, we're getting to the point where the majority of the private properties have been cleaned of all chromium to the satisfaction of the NJDEP. And now we're at the point where they need to remediate the roadway. So Carteret Avenue is the main part. There are also portions that we will talk about at a later time for Halliday Street as well. But right now, the urgency with Carteret Avenue is that it involves a very large, I believe it's a 96-inch steel sewer main, combined sewer main, that conveys the majority of, or I should say a large amount of flow, especially in peak, during a peak storm, and that's, of course, combined sewage, out through regulators to the pump station. Of course, when there's a large storm event, a lot of it overflows and it goes right out into the Hudson River. We all know that. This is long known.
So I'm missing the
situation.
urgency. You're gonna have to.
So, okay, so the
speak to me
urgency
like
here
in,
is,
10
okay, no
minutes.
problem.
Right.
If we don't push through this MOU, they can't continue with their portion, which is removal of all known and unknown that they may encounter hexavalent chromium in that roadway, then we cannot proceed with what we need to do, which is correction of a siphon in that
I
pipe.
can't hear.
Who is they can't continue?
I apologize.
Folks, yeah,
PPG, otherwise known as Pittsburgh Paint and Glass Company,
they can't continue with their work.
with the cleanup of the hexavalent chromium, which is very harmful. Contaminant.
So they've been doing it, and they're,
The last portion, which is the roadway, Carteret Avenue, that's why the council needs to weigh in as to approval to allow them to work and clean up the right-of-way.
and this memorandum is extending it to Carteret, is that,
This memorandum allows them to work within the parameters of the city right-of-way.
and they didn't have that authority before?
No, they did not.
Okay.
Well, not for Carteret Avenue. So it's very important that they get in there, clean this up, and of course, the main portion of the MOU and why we came before you, there is something called historic fill, which they are going to encounter, which may contain contaminants that are other than hexavalent chromium, which is all that they are responsible for cleaning up. Therefore, since it may be mixed in loads and whatnot, there are going to be portions that the city may have to pay for the disposal of. This MOU spells out in clear detail how much we anticipate in encountering, how much they anticipate in encountering, and how much we would have to pay if it is so determined that it needs to be dumped, disposed of properly. Again, it's the portion of contamination that they are not responsible for.
They have any estimate?
Yes, we do.
How much is it?
So at the current time, we are estimating at most.
Our share.
Our share, at most, 350,000. I'm going to set aside in capital environmental funds, which we have per your last approval, of 500,000 just in case there's a buffer in there.
So it's a three-party going to be shared, so total cost around $1.5 million?
Correct.
That's what you mean?
Well, no, it's not exactly calculated that way, I apologize. The MUA has other portions that they are going to be
When
performing.
they portions out, what kind of percentage they were responsible? I mean, the JCMUA?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I will explain what they have to do. They have to cut out a significant portion, which is a minimum of 60 feet in length, up to 100 feet in length. It's called a siphon. It's basically, in that 96-inch pipe, it drops down below where the Morris Canal was and comes back up the other side. That is really, in engineering terms, not an efficient way to push flow through a pipe, but in dire needs, that is what we do. However, that siphon has the tendency to accumulate much debris, mineral buildup and whatnot, thereby decreasing the diameter in the pipe. So basically, when you have the presence of a siphon and you have the ability to cut it out, which we do now, we're going to go ahead and straighten it out and connect the two pieces of the pipe. That's where the MUA comes in, and that entire portion that they have to dig out is a significant amount of cost. Plus, they are going to line and reinforce the whole length of the pipe so that we don't have to worry about it for at least another 50 plus years.
How about the PPG's share?
PPG's share is an exorbitant amount. If I had to guess, no, I can't even throw out a number, but we're in the tens, hundreds of millions spent already. And, I mean, Dave, you don't have a number from PPG's share on that.
I'm Dave Spader, I'm the city's environmental consultant. I've been on this job since about 2008, 2009. And
What company do you work for, David?
environmental remediation and financial services.
Thank you.
The RFS.
So Carteret Avenue is one of the last phases of this remediation for PPG. The complication is the presence of this 100-year-old 96-inch pipe that runs right down the middle of it. We've been advocating for many years to have PPG include this in their remediation. They didn't want to at first, but we've convinced them that they need to, with the help of some of the other JCO stakeholders. So what I've given you is a representation of the soils that are going to be, that may be the city's responsibility, and they're in this gray and shaded area. Right, on 2 pages, there are 4 areas that add up to about 6,100 cubic yards of historic fill. PPG may not be responsible for, subject to further testing. The soils that the PPG is not responsible for will be the city's responsibility. So we tried to calculate out, without the benefit of testing, a lot of testing still has to be done on these soils. Without that benefit, we've tried to come up with a worst-case scenario for what the city's exposure might be if these soils had to be disposed off-site. The current proposal is not to do that, it's to use them again in the excavation for backfill, but there are state requirements that limit what you can put back in the hole, so to speak. So out of that 6,100 cubic yards that may be the city's responsibility, we believe that the likely number would be more like 1,300 cubic yards that may have to go out for disposal. The rest of it would go into and be reused as backfill. We've made a couple of assumptions. I won't go into them right now unless you want me to. But onto that 1,300 cubic yard number, we've added a 25% contingency in case we're a little under conservative. And we convert cubic yards to tons by multiplying by a factor of 1.5. So we wind up with about 2,500 tons of soil that may have to be disposed of off-site because it cannot be reused on-site. And if that the soil would test out as hazardous and have to be disposed of at a special facility at about $140 per ton. So when you multiply 2,500 tons by $140 a ton, you get about $350,000, which we think is the exposure to the city in this particular portion.
So we have one with the city council, not coming up more than $350,000. That's what we want to make sure.
He's not sure, but that's
I
about the
can't be
ballpark.
100% sure, but we've tried to be as conservative as possible with this estimate. The soils are subject to further testing by both PPG and the state NJDEP will have to oversee that and make a ruling over what soils can be used on site and what soils would have to be, which soils cannot be. And if the ones that cannot be reused, other arrangements have to be made. And typically that's going to be off-site disposal. Could be locally in the area around New Jersey, or it could be Canada or Michigan, some farther afield, and obviously more expensive the farther you have to go.
What we could commit to is to come in here at a certain trigger point and let you know that we've reached that number. Would you like to set that number at 300,000? We'll come in when we hit 300, and that'd give you a $50,000 buffer. And then we could also judge as to what percentage has been completed versus how much has been spent.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Don't you think
I think
that's fair?
that's the best I can offer as far as estimating and keeping you notified.
Council,
No, I think
go
that's
ahead.
fair.
Was this cost when you guys presented the environmental portion of the capital budget? Did you anticipate this? Was this part of that number that you put out?
So the way I've been, for the last 3 years since I've been here, I've been through 2 capital bond cycles. And because of the amount of unknowns that pop up throughout those 2 years that pass, I usually guesstimate about $2 million over, so basically $1 million a year. Luckily, we've been able to keep it under that, and anything that rolls over remains there, and that's always prepared for you and the rest of the council as the expenditure plan, how we plan on spending that before you approve the new money. We've been pretty lucky to hit it pretty close to where we need to be, but I'm happy to say right now that we do have the money to cover those numbers that I threw to you, up to about $500,000. So, but
To
I
the
will
question
come-
itself, was it originally budgeted for? That was the question, right?
Indirectly, yes.
So you-
Yes, this is the
this
type of
part
thing.
Right, is it just?
Specifically for Carteret Avenue and
I understand what
PPG,
you're
no,
saying.
but for all things environmental
I
citywide.
understand what you're,
See, Council President, can I
Yes.
say something? And I think I'd like to share with all the council members and our city engineer, Joe Kuno, and our architect, Brian Willow. They do wonderful job, save hundreds and thousands of taxpayers' dollars in Jersey City.
Yes.
You know
Okay.
that, right? And especially the reservoir 3 wall at the stone was a lot missing. It's in danger, but instead they
We
do.
appreciate it, Mike. We have a lot of business.
Yeah, outsourcing, they do inside, I mean, the
Okay.
Say something for the next, I got 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's,
All right.
we need
So
to-
thank you for your
we have
good
a lot of
job,
work
okay?
to do.
Joe Kuna and the Brian, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
No?
Mike, Mike McLean?
I'm gonna work with Brian on one, and I'm gonna work
Was
with
it
Bart on
Stacy?
two.
Okay, can I just grab Joe for a quick second? Sorry. don't want to take us too far afield, but I do want to do this publicly.
Okay.
Can you give us an update on the Granite Van Horse project?
Yes.
And I get daily emails about the lack of safety concerns, and it's
Absolutely.
been months now, and I'm going to a community meeting
Okay.
in 2 weeks where I'm going to get screamed at because this project hasn't moved forward. And I've sent emails that haven't been responded to, so where
Okay.
are we?
Okay, so we have two options. We're at the point where the traditional option is the one we're still pushing until this week. The traditional option is to go to bid within 2 weeks. And that will include the complete build-out of Granite Van Horst, which the design is complete. Just the final specifications with amounts is all that's left in the next 2 weeks, and the crossing of the 5 internal agencies that sign off on our typical bid packages. That being said, we have some extra quantity already funded and procured in an existing contract that included the construction of the Fulton Avenue and MLK signal. I'm going to propose to DOT as early as tomorrow to allow us to use that extra funding to go ahead and fast forward Granite Van Horst as a change order to that project, same exact scope of work, same exact funding source, and get that taken care of without having to go through the extra steps and push this out by 3 more months.
Great. When would we hear an answer back?
I could get you an answer by the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay, great.
As long as I could get the gentleman at the DOT on the phone and a commitment.
Okay, and if they say yes, then when would we anticipate construction starting?
As early as probably the second week of December. Yeah, it's all weather permitting, of course,
Sure,
but this is the type of work that can occur throughout the winter, even during freezing temperatures.
And if they say no, well then we have.
It's back to the original Plan
So
A.
that would be on the December council meeting?
It would be out to bid in December,
Right, okay.
and we wouldn't have it on the council meeting until probably the new year clears, to be fair to all the bidders.
Okay.
So the first meeting of January, we would hope to have a viable bid to bring to you to approve the award. No, that's
I got
fair.
parents with their kids every day.
Absolutely.
Car was hitting.
Absolutely. And
Every day.
I don't know if you know, but what complicated this was the additional that we added
Yeah, I
to it.
understood.
So there was various other scopes, especially in Ward E, involving electrical, and we figured it was best to get the volume discount by putting it all into one contract. Unfortunately, Granite Van Horst is who suffered for it, so my apologies on that, but in the long run, hopefully it all works out financially for the better.
Thank you.
Can we keep Joe here and do all his items, or we
I
want
think
to?
Stacy had to get out of here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I don't mean to
Let
take
the
over.
lady go.
Nope, we're going in another direction. Okay.
Whatever.
I want to do this while we still have our reporter, the Jersey Journal here. I think it's important that the public have information about whatever the latest news is on the payroll tax, so, and going forward. So he's only here for a short period of time. So obviously, I have to bring up 4D, but I also wanted to propose a late item to the council that would introduce an ordinance for a payroll tax as well. And ask you to hear that and consider that this option, in addition to what's being before you already as a second reading ordinance. So I'm sending out a draft of the ordinance. The law department has not seen this yet, and I amended this, had it amended directly, so I'll need the law department to kind of review, and it's basically a rewrite of the exact same ordinance with certain amendments. In addition, it's based on these this proposal and conversations I had with members of the Partnership for Jersey City over the past 2 weeks, and actually long before that as well, in terms of conversations about school funding and a payroll tax and so forth around all of that. So you got a proposal, which is a 7-page proposal, and then lastly, I'm sharing with you a 1-page document that summarizes. I will say much of this documentation is a little bit rushed, and so please excuse any errors, and I'll seek to correct them as we go through it, because I didn't really get a good edit through all this documentation. So I'm going to explain this, and then Basically, what I'm asking and looking for is an opportunity for us to introduce this, and looking for 6 members of the council. I mean, ideally 5, but actually 6, because it has to be added as a late item. So we'll need 6 members of the council to introduce it as a late item. Since the next meeting is December 19th, you'll have an opportunity to review some of these components and pieces of the proposal, as well as how it's written directly as legislation in the ordinance. And then you can, it's open to amendments as well that can bring forward to the partnership itself and obviously to the legislation. So let me just kind of walk through this a little bit if you'll give me that opportunity. On the first page, it's really just an overview. There's really nothing there new on the first half of that.
Which one are you on? Which document are you on?
I'm sorry, this is one that's entitled Funding Proposal for Jersey City Public Schools. My apologies. So this proposal, the first half is nothing new. It kind of summarizes, and we may disagree with some of the summary, but basically we've got drastic budget cuts and we've got serious issues to address there. The second half is something that I've touched on even before there was reductions, which I think, well, the first bullet there talks about the idea that even if we pass a full 1% payroll tax, that that over 7 years, that ultimately, which everyone here knows, that the revenues will outpace expenses for the Jersey City Public Schools here as those reductions come in line from the state, and so we will still be looking for other funds beyond the payroll tax itself. The second thing which I point out is that that the payroll tax, and it's not designed to address this, it's simply a fiscal tool, but it doesn't actually address the issue of kind of educational performance and outcomes, right? So we can throw lots of money at the schools, which we currently do, and we can argue that it's underfunded, which I would maybe make that argument as well, but at the same time, more money hasn't necessarily solved the problem of underperformance among many of our schools throughout, particularly outside of downtown Jersey City. And so, looking here with this proposal, with the opportunity to be able to address and create a new paradigm in doing that. The second page of this, as it's titled at the top, Proposal, a New Paradigm, speaks to that exactly. And in short, I can say it in short as a summary, that the idea that how we spend our money and can we spend our money more effectively, for those of you who've been with the Fulop administration, you've heard him talk and myself talk, and we've all talked about the idea that we can't just police ourselves to safer neighborhoods. That it's not enough to just put police on the streets. And so we've deployed police where the need is in Jersey City, where the highest crime areas are, and so the south and the west districts get more of the police presence, much to the chagrin of the Heights and downtown, in the north and east districts. But we've done that intentionally because we've made a commitment that the idea that we want to address where the need is, and it shouldn't be a political decision as to where the police ultimately should be in that regard. Similarly, I would argue that education is in the same place. Right? So you have needs that are more pronounced in other. Is everything okay, Mr. Councilman? Everything okay?
No, I'm just listening.
There's a ding going on, right? Someone's dinging? Oh, okay. So the needs are more pronounced in the south side of Jersey City. I know, but you got to mute it somehow.
I have it shut off.
Okay.
I guess she overrides.
7 texts.
Okay, so there are more pronounced needs and students at higher risk, and we know from that again that many of our schools in the south side of Jersey City, Ward F, Ward A, Ward B, that they're underperforming schools in comparison to other Jersey City schools, in comparison statewide. So we should be, in my estimation, my opinion, and I think many of you agree with it as well, allocating resources at schools that are most in need, limited and scarce resources, as we go through these sort of budget changes and budget cuts. And additionally, that we don't know exactly, the idea that, well actually let me go on to the second part of that, step 1, which is, while that may be a desirable goal to be able to reallocate and redeploy resources where we want to see them, where we think the most need is. Under the current conditions with regard to our current funding situation, I talk about you can't do that while you're in a state of panic and our house is basically on fire and about to fall down. So folks know that the 25 million funding cut coming next year, there'll be hundreds of people tomorrow in support of the 1% payroll tax. I'm fully aware of that and recognize that, that there is a dire and crisis situation and mentality there with that. But at the same time, the need to kind of take a step back a little bit and say, how can we really address this in the long term in some way? And so, but we need to take care of the house that's on fire in the short term. So we talk about passing a short term, ultimately on the third page, and then it also talks about on the third page, the idea that the reserves, that there's the opportunity with the payroll tax to establish reserves for the city, so when funding cuts come online, increase dramatically over the next 7 years. And then on the other side of the aisle, you've got the people in opposition, the local businesses, and the business community, the Partnership for Jersey City and the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce and others, who are concerned that they'll get a payroll tax and then maybe they'll be, they've offered other alternative solutions to all of us as council members and to the mayor, meaning like a commercial occupancy tax and other solutions as well beyond that. And so those haven't materialized, but they would also suggest and say, well, we can't just lobby and create those things, those mechanisms, because if you're going to ding me on the payroll tax and then ding me on the commercial occupancy tax, you're like just constantly going to the well of the business community on all these things. And so we need some sort of agreement that we're not going to just keep pulling from the business community in that sense and hurting the business economic environment. So that brings us to the roadmap to long-term solutions. And so proposing to introduce this ordinance that would introduce an ordinance that would create a payroll tax of 0.75% with a sunset provision effective through December 31st, 2019, 1 year period. And that the payroll tax would be enacted, and it says December 12th, but I guess December 19th, as I had the day wrong for when the next council meeting is. It also suggests, and these are, again, up for consideration for everyone, that increasing school taxes in 2019, we have kept taxes stable, but that's part of the argument of the state that we haven't contributed our local share, and so this proposes to increase it to 5 to 6 million in 2019. I'm not sure what the mechanism is around all of that, but working with the schools and the business departments, we can figure that out as to whether that's on the school side or the city side or however that works. And what's legally with regard to budget caps and things of that nature. But ultimately, 5 to 6 million, it's a number I've heard in negotiations and conversations with the mayor himself, with the Partnership for Jersey City. And then B and C talk about some recent settlement monies, the Port Authority monies that we've talked about here already and introducing that, and if that should be approved, dedicating those dollars to education and into the trust fund that's ultimately established. Similarly with the Jersey City Medical Center, doing something similar to that effect as well. Those monies are significant, but they establish a reserve as well that folks who are concerned about, again, the house is on fire and escalating reductions in funding, that there'll be something there, at least in the first year, that we'll commit to during this period. 4D talks about abatement revenue, and Councilwoman Waterman raised this issue and concern, and the idea that we had a mayoral executive order in 2017 for those of us who were on there, and the idea that we did pass, I believe it was 4 abatements in 2017, and some of those may already be online or coming online in 2019 as the projects may be completing or completing, and to figure out how much money is there. At that time, we said 10%, and then in line with what I've heard Councilman Robinson talk about, is the idea that dedicating 100% of future abatements going forward to the public schools in that regard. And so could increase that as well for those particular abatements where the executive order was already established at 10%. And we could do that through the budgeting process or figure out a way to do it through state legislation or however that that should be accomplished. And then I talk about in 4E about additional shared services and cost reductions as well. The total of that in 2019 is that the city would commit an additional $25.6 million from the city on top of our the local share of the budget that we would normally do through our taxes, and that we would make this commitment publicly and via resolution in some way. And then item 5 on that page talks about the Partnership for Jersey City. Most of you have seen all of this stuff, I'm certain. They've proposed all of this to every one of us. The commercial occupancy tax, the commercial parking tax. There are other items later in the section that they propose as well as other forms of revenue. But the marijuana tax, again, in talking with Councilman Robinson and others as well on this, the idea that we can, and Councilperson Prinzari, the idea that the marijuana tax can be able to provide revenues, and right now they're in the middle of trying to establish that and working in concert with the Partnership for Jersey City, state legislators, obviously, seeing if we can include Jersey City, funding for Jersey City's public schools as part of the marijuana tax legalization, ultimately. And in Part D, as you can see in bold, it suggests that if any of these things, and I point these out A, B, and C because they're probably more doable in year 1, and suggest that in terms of trying to add some incentive to the Partnership for Jersey City, that if we can work together to enact this in 2019 and actually begin to collect revenues from that, we'll begin to step down the payroll tax in conjunction with the actual realization of funds from these other sources of funds. Do I think it's possible? I don't know, but hopefully it provides some motivation and interest there. And then in the following page, you see step 2. This is kind of the larger idea of moving beyond just kind of filling the void and developing a partnership with the business community. We've largely had a waterfront community, a business community, that has been largely disengaged with the rest of Jersey City in many ways. And so the opportunity here is to say, look, we'll sit down with you over the next year. Let's work together to establish partnership in funding our schools. But beyond that, if we truly want to see kind of the transformation of the south side of Jersey City and some of our most neediest communities, we need more than just money and education. We need jobs for people who are living paycheck to paycheck, or who are relying on social programs. We need affordable housing, and the development and business community hold the keys to both of those pieces as well. And so can we work together to develop a plan, a transformation plan for our neighborhoods that includes the schools as well as our neighborhoods in providing the sort of guaranteed jobs and affordable housing opportunities, while also re-incentivizing businesses so that they can develop, as Councilman Robinson has repeatedly told me, the idea that we need to see some of these incentives, tax abatements and redevelopment area bonds and other things going to Ward F. It's not time to cut that off for areas of the city that are still starving for some form of development. And so this ultimately culminates in the end of the year with some sort of strategic plan, as well as a study. I'm sorry, I think I missed that somewhere. There was a commitment to a study, or maybe it got, oh no, it's in part 6, the top there. That there also is an audit, which Councilperson Prinzari and others have talked, maybe Ridley as well, I think you may have discussed that as well. The idea of doing a fiscal audit and study of the operations of the Jersey City Public Schools. I also tossed in the city of Jersey City itself. We need to be able to, we can't be holier than thou on this. Folks know that government, the general public knows that government is not the most efficient form of operation out there. And so let's do a third-party independent analysis of all of our books, and the public schools agreeing to open up their books and their operations to all of this so that we can get understand better where we can find cost savings, cost sharing, and efficiencies in doing our job better and achieving better outcomes altogether. And so this whole thing ultimately ends up with a plan of some sort, and then the final step here is kind of looking at some of these other step 3, creating new revenue streams, and the idea that now all of this is not in necessarily in the in the ordinance itself, right? It's really just the payroll tax that the ordinance addresses. But this would be addressed in some sort of memorandum of understanding and agreement with the Partnership for Jersey City and any other stakeholders who would like to come to the table. But I throw a couple of things out there. Some of this came from the Partnership for Jersey City. Some of this from council members in my conversations with many of you, all of you really. Again, going back to what Councilman Robbins said, number one, under step 3, budgeting 100% of future abatement revenue to education. Something that I've suggested, we've done NJCU with something that was called P3 legislation, public-private partnership legislation. That legislation expired with the last governor, and so looking to maybe possibly reauthorize that so that a school like Ferris High School, maybe, I'm just tossing ideas out and putting everything on the table, something like Ferris High School might be able to build on the air rights or build on their big parking lot over there, and 100% again, if an abatement was involved, as Councilman Robinson, 100% of those dollars going there, but the least dollars, just like NJCU, least dollars going to the schools as well. The partnership has proposed allowing for new liquor licenses, which the business community is always talking about. I've added number 4, the repurposing of CDBG and some of those summer youth job fund allocations. I love the summer youth jobs as an idea, but I think I've had conversations, and other folks have too, about the idea that are we really spending our money most wisely with these summer youth jobs, and as well as coming to some of our CDBG, could we use them more? Is there a way we could allocate them to be able to address urgent needs in our school districts to expand community schools and provide social service programs as after-school programming in these schools as well? There was talk of a real estate transfers fee. I know there was issues with that as well, but I'm just, again, putting things on the table. Number 6 talks about restoring state funding. Just recently, the state actually awarded emergency aid to some of the school districts that had their funding cut, and we weren't among them. How we weren't among them, I don't know, and I haven't gotten to the bottom of that, but I don't even know if we applied, meaning the Jersey City Public Schools applied for that, and I have yet to have that conversation. But I literally just learned that, and the idea that there's emergency aid out there, that we did not get it. Maybe they did apply, and we were rejected. I talk about the changing the school funding formula on this whole thing. I know they just passed it. It's a long shot, but I feel very strongly that somehow that school funding formula is not reflective of Jersey City's real ability to pay there when it comes to our local share. And then number 8 is kind of a simpler thing, which is spreading the state reductions. If we can win over some of the governor and the state legislature, and if Senator Cunningham and Stack and the assembly members of our delegation can work with us on this, spreading this allocation over a longer period of time where we actually factor in our growing tax ratables over time and being able to plan it accordingly so that as ratables increase over time as well, that we're increasing and making a commitment to increasing our allocation to the local share proportionately, so we're not killing our economic development here in Jersey City, which is the engine of the state as well. So that really kind of concludes the entire plan there. And the last page is just kind of a timeline, which again, all of this is kind of amenable to the council. And so I put that out there for your consideration. Happy to take questions and have discussions about it here in this caucus, but also beyond. And that would entail introducing this ordinance with 6 votes. And then asking that you consider tabling the other ordinance while we contemplate this one and any other potential amendments that maybe the council might consider leading into a December 19th vote. You can.
Can I ask, Council President?
Sure.
So now, we served the council, Joyce Waterman, Daniel, myself, and you, and the 4 people served it there 5 years, right?
Yes.
Over the last 5 years, even we're not able to trim down our budget. 2013, we started from the $560 million, now $520 million. Now we're up to $620 million. We don't even know how we're going to trim down our budget itself. So now, with that, if you see the page 1 the roadmap to a long-term solution. City will contribute to the education trust fund by increase school tax in 2019. Fine, because a 2% gap they have to raise. Fine. And now dedicate 2022 to the post-03 pilot settlement money. This kind of money and the C pilot settlement, medical, all those money supposed to go to city general fund. We supposed to lower our municipal tax. Once we use this money, so in other words, instead to collect a payroll tax, we're gonna be increase our municipal tax.
So Councilman, the reality is, we're going to have a payroll tax as well.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not in lieu of it. It doesn't replace it at all. There's a payroll tax, and then there's additional money for a reserve. So, so that money is kind of, I look at it as found money, unless you know something I don't know. It hasn't been spent or spoken of for anything. And if it has, nobody consulted with me. And so for me, that's found money. And so I'm looking to allocate it to education. That's our priority. The house is on fire.
You see, now the problem is that we're going to use that the $25 million, which is supposed to go to City of the general fund. Now we're going to shift to the board over there. Then we're going to be raising our municipal tax at the end of the day. You know, so now instead we use that the payroll tax to fill that gap over the funding for the school. Now we end of the day we're going to raise our municipal tax funding for school, because all those money, 25 million that you mentioned today, this money is supposed to come to the City of New Jersey, a general fund. This money is supposed to lower the municipal tax, or we
intended for lowering municipal tax.
Our municipal tax.
Again, your presumption is that it was intended to lower the municipal tax. I don't know how you would presume that, since it's, again, I didn't know that this revenue was available until we got the settlement agreement. So absent to that, we go into the next budget cycle with the same assumptions that we had without those dollars.
Right, Councilman, you're right. Actually, those kind of some dollars, unexpected money. When we have an unexpected money, we should be reserved that for City of Jersey for rainy day. You know, but now if you give all those money, this is actually the most like a JCMU money and the Post 03 money. Actually, is one time, you know, maybe longest time, so 3 years. 3 years later, what are we going to do then? We're going to bring in the payroll tax again? So I, as much as you care about the people of Jersey, I care about the people of Jersey City. And current time, at this moment, as a business person with 40 years, I hate to put your tax to certain community or business community or anybody. I even hate to hear the word TAX. But today's City of Jersey public school has issue funding. And also when you talk of funding, I'm the only one can say louder, because since 2013, every time we give tax abatement, every time I say that who's going to be funding for public school? Nobody actually. Councilman Daniel Rivera,
No.
Joyce Waterman, but the council president, we all there, nobody pay attention for this. So, but those days gone, because now as an elected official, we gotta find out solution instead of finger point who's wrong. This moment.
Well, you just pointed the finger, I think.
So,
I think you just did that, but that's okay.
No, just.
I'm gonna move past that. So
now,
we're gonna move on.
what is that this moment, what kind of tools we have to solve the finance problem board of
So this is exactly what I'm proposing.
Yeah.
And so we don't know what the tools are. Let's do a study and do an analysis and find out the depth of what our needs are, both for city government as well as for the Jersey Public Schools, as well as kind of what do we need to prioritize so that we actually long-term are able to create schools that have educational excellence and equity throughout the schools for all of our children. And so once we're able to identify those dollars in year one and come up with an idea of where our gap is, then we have all of these other revenue streams to look at, potential revenue streams, and to be able to work with the business community, state legislators, stakeholders. And I should have it's outlined in the proposal as well, is the idea that we're all sitting at the table, schools, educators, state legislators, council, school board, superintendent, social justice representatives as well, advocates, all of us at the table, rowing together, working hand in hand in a kumbaya moment.
See, this is what is the problem we face. When I say very loud, when I tell that since 2013, state will be cut to state aid city of New Jersey City, and nobody pay attention to
Okay,
that.
we're back to, we're not talking about solutions, you just said, let's not point fingers.
So now, this time...
You're there again.
No, this time...
I'm just saying, you're being a little disingenuous, Councilman.
No, this is what it said. Commercial occupied tax, it's not our tool. You know, because we, actually business community, we have several meetings, as you know, and they say, one of the suggestions, oh, we're gonna bring up the commercial occupation tax. Fine. They talk about 4 or 5 months, they not bring any plans whatsoever. No, really. I'm really getting a little upset. I mean, my aide, I told them, send to email. They keep saying they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, but they never actually bring up any plan to table.
Look, I am not the defender of corporate America, corporate downtown Jersey City. I'm the guy, and I've said this before, I'm the guy who introduced the 30-hour work week, which yourself and other members of the city council, as well as the mayor, were not supportive of. The idea of giving maintenance workers and security guards and who get tax abatement, who work in tax abated buildings, making sure that they get a 30-hour work week because they were being cut for their hours down to 20 hours because Obamacare said that they needed to have health care.
Council President?
So that being said, you know, the idea that I would somehow like, that the corporate America, that the commercial occupancy tax, that they came to us and did not propose in depth, the idea that they would somehow get that enacted, somehow that it's their responsibility to come up with legislation, both at the state level and at the city level. They proposed an idea and they asked us to get on board with it and to help in supporting that in lieu of a payroll tax. So that's what their request was, and frankly, nobody responded to it. And so this is like just an attempt to say, look, they're willing to do the payroll tax at 0.75% for 1 year. Let's work together to try to establish the commercial occupancy tax. If at the end of 1 year, or within 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, if we say the commercial occupancy tax is not going to be realized, then you reauthorize the payroll tax.
Council President, I can say that, and you and me actually same page for that. This one, we have to draft with the law department. I sent a copy of James Solomon. Our proposal much more friendly, and we try to minimize the negative impact to business community, and also we try to maximize the fundraising for the school. Those things, when I sent to you, like almost 2 months, right?
But you didn't send it to the rest of us, so
No,
now
I
we
mean,
all here, we're trying to discuss what we're going to do.
Right,
I
but
know
we don't
that.
know these private
So-
conversations,
Right,
and it's,
so-
at least
No,
the council president has given us
we
something we
understand.
can look at.
So no, when we do that, but what we realize that, and Councilman James and myself, time is not our side. And really, that's why one of the
I
reasons.
recognize that too. That's why this proposal
Yeah,
is the way it
maybe
is.
That's one of the reasons maybe, so forget about the monument. Let's go on this one, concentrate.
That's right.
Yeah, so,
Go ahead.
Go
I
ahead.
have a
Yeah.
question
Because
for
this
legal.
is-
So, in looking through some of these, are these things that we can act at the city level, or are we gonna have to go back to the state to allow for some of these, additional?
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I'm just curious to know, and I know that you guys are just looking at this now, but, some of the reasons that we, have the ordinance for the payroll tax in front of us now is because of what we're allowed to do by state statute. How long would it take you all to research whether or not we can,
No, all of this would have to be by state.
yeah,
I don't wanna
all of this would have to be
I would say
by
all of
state.
it, but by and
Our
large.
revenues we control.
What's that?
Our revenues we
If we
We
want to do
control.
line items in the budget, we can, but anything else would have to be by state.
yes.
Right.
But even by
Well,
state, they have the sunshine, clause in there. Somebody told me it was taken out, because I was away.
That was taken out, there was a sunsetting provision.
Yeah.
And I believe it was taken out of the ordinance. It wasn't a requirement, I think it was proposed.
On our ordinance.
Our ordinance.
Yes.
But
It was
from the
originally-
state, it
The
was in our
ordinance that's on for second reading the sunset provision of December 30th,
2020.
It was a
2020.
three-year sunsetting provision, and it was taken out at the request, I think it was the request of the council.
No, it was not at the request of the council.
The only reason why I'm saying
Definitely
that
was not
because
at the
this is
request
a
of the council.
problem, and I think if we had a clause in there just for a year, then we can gather together and see what we're gonna do for the long term, because we're not gonna solve it tonight. This is not gonna happen tonight, because we could see we're going back and forth with so many different ideas. Michael has his idea evidently. You put a proposal out there we all didn't see yet, and we should see that too. The council president just introduced some type of proposal. We're just seeing it for the very first time, some of us. So I'm saying with a sunset provision in there, a year, that would give us time to look at all these different proposals and see what we can come up with.
See, I mean,
I mean, the only reason why I'm saying that, because we can't make no quick decision, because the school is in problem. The school has a problem, and really we need to come up with a long-term solution. This is just putting a Band-Aid on the solution that we really need to resolve.
Okay, Councilman Solomon?
If I
Go
may,
ahead.
respond, obviously, legal just reviews the legality of the ordinances. In terms of whatever's been put forth tonight, I haven't even looked, or I
Right.
wasn't able to follow, I didn't have a copy, I have no idea about that. I think Council President has said that there's a lot of things that require state action.
Right.
And that you can do with your budget what you saw fit. In terms of the ordinance that's pending, that's been reviewed. I think there's been a lot of questions that we've answered. And it's in compliance with what the state enables us to do. The sunsetting provision is the only thing I think that you have discretion on. And there was initially a sunsetting provision. I don't know who asked that be put in or who asked that to be taken out. I think, and I'm not sure as to the reason it was there to begin with, but I believe in this may be a question for the VA's office. It was a matter of, if I may, it was a matter of what would make it work in terms of dollars and cents. I don't know, first of all, it would take a certain amount of time to enact. There's the actual physical enacting to be able to collect the monies, and that would take a certain amount of time. And then after that, the way the numbers were run, you would have to have a certain amount of years to make it feasible. So I think it was $1 and cents consideration
For the
that you
sunset?
needed, yes, that you needed
No,
more
so
than 1 year.
I can tell you
No,
exactly how the
because
sunset provision
I can't.
ended up in the ordinance. I had, and myself and Councilperson Ridley were in a meeting with the mayor and the Partnership for Jersey City. We sat around the table. I watched them argue. The mayor and the representatives from the Partnership for Jersey City. It was going nowhere, right, as a conversation. And I suggested at the time that, look, we can't agree on the size of the deficit and whether, and if we can't even agree on that, then how can we agree on how to fill it ultimately, and like how much we need to fill it, and so forth around that. And so I suggested we needed more time. We should have real people, real smart people, look at the actual numbers and figure out what the real number is and what the real deficits are. And people smarter than me, I will admit, to do that kind of number crunching. And so I suggested, we need more time on the runway. The idea that if the plane is trying to take off, give ourselves more time to do this. Otherwise, we're going to go off the cliff as a result. And so I suggested the sunset provision. That would you accept a sunset that would sunset the ordinance and make it expire after a certain period of time, and let's take that time to work together, figure out the numbers, essentially what you see written there, except further expanded upon and giving further ideas on how to have a more robust partnership around all of this.
So that's how that came.
That's how that started. How it actually got inserted, because I know from having a conversation with the mayor just days before the agenda meeting and that ordinance was introduced, that he told me that he was considering the introduction without a sunset provision. And when I sat in the agenda meeting and I found an ordinance with a sunset provision, and I asked people, are you sure about this? I asked the administration, are you sure about this? I'm in favor of the sunset provision and everything, but there was no agreement between them and the Partnership for Jersey City at the time. And I said, for the Partnership for Jersey City, the idea would be that if there's a sunset provision, that they not do a petition and a referendum to delay the payroll tax as well. That was the stipulation around all of that. And so when they introduced it with the with the sunset provision, I asked everyone around the room, where did the sunset provision, you sure about that? They said, yes, this is what the mayor wants. I said, you should double check with that on that. And I said it again to the BA, you should double check on that. And then come Monday, at the caucus, we're talking about the sunset provision. I explained the sunset provision and we talked about it at length, and I said that was something that I had come up as an idea. I don't really know if the mayor wants it, but like, that's fine. I'm glad that it's there. And then on Tuesday, literally, I was talking to the mayor on election day, and I was explaining to him that there was a sunset provision, and he said, no, there is no sunset provision. I said, yes, there is. I sent him a picture of it, and then on Wednesday when we went to the council meeting, the administration removed the sunset provision and said that they wanted it removed from the ordinance itself. So it was accidental that it actually found its way onto the initial ordinance, and that's my issue as well, right? So I use that as a talking point here, is that all of this is knee-jerk reaction, just like the statute and everything else, and the idea of dropping this stuff in. And so I say, let's take some time, take a step back. Let's all work together on this and come up with a common set of goals around this and have everyone at the table.
That's true.
I mean,
So, Council President, can I?
Michael, one second. I just want to address the sunset and Councilman Waterman's. So I think that the problem with it, my challenge with the sunset, is that without any agreement from, the partnership that they're not going to challenge this, then the sunset allows them to basically run 2 referendums, and all they have to do is win one. Right? We pass it the first time in the sunset, they take it to referendum. There's no, they can delay funding for months potentially. And then we have to do it all over again a second time.
they've agreed not to do a referendum.
If everything is all agreed upon. So I think, but I think, so there's that question, but there's other kind of concerns. I think there's a lot in the council president's proposal that's good, and a lot that pushes us in the right direction. Where I kind of lean on this is that I don't frankly think the partnership is giving us much for all this that we're doing. That they're not giving us much, but we're lowering the rate from 1 to 0.75. It's only for 1 year. They get to have a year to build and potentially be stronger to fight in a year. And I'm happy it's the right approach to get everyone at the table. And yes, none of us were consulted when this was first brought before us. I think our leverage is strengthened. As a city, we negotiate from a stronger position if we pass this. But but everything the council president says is still amenable, and the referendum process allows for a negotiation process. It allows for petitions to be withdrawn. So it's not the end of the conversation. You have an ability to move forward out from here with a goal of securing funding and having a more collaborative environment, but coming, I think, from a stronger position that says we are unified in funding our schools. That's how I approach it, because I do think there's a lot that's good here. I don't want to, and a lot that the council president's right about.
So they will put that in writing with regard to their request to, and in fact, if council people agree ultimately in moving forward, they will go in front of the public and make that declaration as well as to what their intentions are and the idea that they will work together going forward. So they've made that commitment. If council people are willing to step forward around this and also kind of make the step forward with their votes around this, and they will tell you all of that privately and do it publicly as well if we're willing to reciprocate. And we don't have to agree to every stipulation at this point. We can still talk about that between now and second reading and work that through. I understand that it would be a substantial amendment if we made certain amendments to the ordinance itself, the payroll tax ordinance, but the specifics of this proposal aren't actually detailed in the ordinance itself, except for the payroll specific pieces or details that are specific to the payroll tax itself. So, the only thing that really has to be amended within the payroll tax is the sunset provision itself, or the amount of the payroll tax itself, whether it be 0.75 or 1%. Those are the only things from this proposal that actually make its way into the ordinance itself. Right?
So you were saying table that one, 4D, and we put
introduce a new one as a late item.
Instead of amending 4D. To the one.
And I'll tell you why. And to the Councilman Solomon and Councilman Young's point on that, like, look, I would love to see a compromise. I'm trying to look at the glass, and most of you know me not necessarily as a glass half full kind of guy. So I'm kind of trying to look at this as the glass half full and saying that that we've got the opportunity for a partnership with the with the business community and the waterfront and folks around there, around this. At the same time, between now and December 19th is a full month, right? So a lot can happen in a full month, and people can change their minds and say that they're not going to do X, Y, and Z. So we might as well table it and the 4D, and if anything changes dramatically in a way that folks are not happy with and they say they can't move forward, then we can untable the ordinance and go full steam ahead, 1%, and damn the torpedoes, we're going to war, and we're going to have a referendum and have a big fight about it. And if you know me, folks who know me, know I'm in for a good fight every once in a while.
I just love referendum petitions.
Okay, so then, Council President?
If I could just do one thing in Brian Platt's absence, the reason that Brian suggested the sunset provision come out was that the state provided no mechanism for the city to collect the monies, and it took Newark 6 years to get itself on its feet so that it could collect the monies, because...
Okay, so that was the public explanation, I guess.
Right.
So, now, can I...
Because what-
Okay.
Go ahead, no, go
Okay,
ahead,
so
go
now,
ahead.
I think I asked all my colleagues, so what, actually, most council members understand our public underfunding, but exactly, I don't know how many townspeople know the number-wise, okay. Public school, their budget is around the $660 million.
Correct.
Around the $120 million out of the $606 million, the $120 million come from the school tax, which is I pay, you pay, that's what collect around $120 million from the school tax, rest of school aid. So 2019 and 2020, average school budget increase per year were around the $30 million a year. So 2019, 2020, $30 million of their normal increase plus $25 million state aid cut. So total $55 to $60 million will be short. This is not include $100 million we underfunding based on state guideline. Forget about $100 million short. Based on state funding, guideline, currently we have $100 million short. But we now follow the full state Board of Ed guideline. So 2019, 2020, we will be short $60 million. So even though we collect a payroll tax, approximately total payroll tax, we collect around $90 million.
That's the most optimistic projection
Yes, sir.
ever.
But after we get exemption of the Jersey resident, then we close to collect maybe $60 to $70 million. So we get the full steam collect payroll tax, just cover 2019, 2020 short. But now, how about the 2020 to 2021? We're gonna be short $60 million plus 2020, 21, another $60 million, $120 million will be short. So what we're gonna be, City of Jersey, we have to do, I'm gonna tell you now, we have to prepare for employee payroll tax plus additional maybe commercial occupational tax plus additional parking lot tax, and in the future we have to increase school tax. All those things have to work together. If, thank God, if somebody dropped Mr. Bloomberg dropped $100 million Jersey City, at the time we can ask that state, instead we charge 1% of payroll tax, because we got gift from the Bloomberg this year, I'm just saying. So this year we can do 0.5% of payroll tax. We only can get maximum 1%. If we want a low, we have to get approved by state. So this time we have to understand we are really serious problem. If we do not do that, as I said, if we increase next to $60 million, you know what that means? Your resident, your district homeowners have school tax increase 50%. And the year after 2020 to 2021, they have to increase school tax 100%. If we use the way the council president proposed that, we're going to give to them our post-pilot program to $20-some million here and there. Even our municipal tax go up every year, and our even spending go up every year. Those kind of dollar actually reserve that we can stabilize our property tax. If we give to all those dollars, give to Board of Ed and trust fund, then who's going to protect this municipal government? Who's going to protect our taxpayer?
So budgets are
Those kind
about
of things-
priorities, Councilman.
Those kind of things, I tell them very similar things since 2013. If you guys not take action now,
Okay, there we go
you're
again.
gonna be has a real problem
That's
next
the
year.
finger
But you're
pointing.
saying taking
Finger pointing
action,
again.
but you have a proposal that's out there too that you want us to see too. So now, that's my whole point. You have your own proposal.
Yeah.
The
No.
council president has his
No, 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 no,
proposal. Because you said you shared something with James, am
No,
I
it's
correct?
It was a draft.
Okay, a draft.
Payroll
Okay.
tax.
Just drafted, but-
It's the
It's a
same.
draft.
I think there are a lot of ideas,
Yes,
but
and that's my
but
whole point.
everything is focused on, for now, for the payroll tax, right? There's other things in the future, but
Yeah, so now
so it's not
I'm
beyond the
gonna
payroll
clear that,
tax
James
that's
was-
before us today. It's not like there's,
we has a very
other
friendly
things will come, but it's-
things plan was having, but unfortunately, it's a financial situation, city of Jersey City and the Board of Ed, and our draft actually didn't go through, not amended, we instead pushed that current ordinance, a second reading. This is the only one choice we have. I wish I don't want to tax anybody, why?
Yeah,
We
I
always
think,
have a
I mean,
choice.
we keep saying that it's like,
I
it's a
keep
false
saying a
choice.
choice. No, I don't
We've got
agree
this
with that.
choice,
Yes.
1% payroll tax.
We have choices.
Or we do raise taxes by 30%, or we cut all of our teachers.
That's all.
Like, these scare tactics are like, they're shameful, frankly. Like, there's absolutely not one choice. There's like, you could put together a palette of choices, and you can mix and match things and figure things out, but we haven't even taken the time, and that's the problem. The rush to do it,
Right.
right?
No,
So like,
let me ask
but
this
hold
one.
on, sorry, but on the rush, like,
It's not our
I'm not gonna defend the administration
Right.
on the way they put this before us.
Got that
But
right.
we are on a timeline, right? If this goes to referendum, you're talking 4 or 5 months, right? You know, there is
this averts a referendum.
But
I don't-
but for 1 year, right? And then 1 year.
1 year to work together and figure something
Right.
out.
But
Again,
I guess maybe here's the thing, is I don't view not you, I think everything you're doing is in very good faith. You know, the business community has in those meetings, right, they've issued threats. They haven't come in, they've issued threat after threat after threat. They have said that they're gonna spend millions of dollars on a campaign. They're gonna come after all of us, kick us out of office, if we don't do what they want. And you know, on these issues of these, like say the commercial occupancy tax, right? It should be studied, but it also treats a square footage of prime real estate on the waterfront at the same tax rate as a warehouse in Ward A and Ward B. And so when they presented that to me without any detail, I didn't view it as a good faith effort. I viewed it as an attempt to muddy the waters. And so I think we and this table are all clearly committed to a good faith effort. We are willing to work together. I just think that I don't see, what I'm trying to say is we need more from them, right? If we're gonna sit down, right? We need more from them in terms of what are their commitments to us that we're gonna work together. And let's be frank, like the two biggest developers are LaFrac and McNally, and they have tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars of abatement revenue that they've gotten from this city for the last 30 years. So, you know, they're not like, you know, I know the TV ads are small businesses, but these are the big players. So I just, you know, we need to see more from them.
And the council president, another benefit actually, not the
but
benefit.
I would suggest that those who are saying that right now, though, are not like, I'm gonna say, have you asked? Like, so what have you asked for? Like,
So now this is
like I'm at the table asking folks, like, what can we get? How can we work together and avert? Because now I'll share this too. So the end result, the potential, one other possible outcome for the road down for a referendum fight is that we lose. We lose, and the reality of that is that in fact when you lose, there is no payroll tax. You got a $25 million budget deficit, and then you really have no other option but to increase taxes dramatically and or make reductions. Or we take the money that you consider so precious and we dedicate it, those Port Authority and Jersey Medical Center allocations directly to the schools, and it's just covering a budget deficit instead of serving as reserves.
No. They can raise a school tax. if they want to, but now key is this.
We would raise the school tax as a result. Look, you
Yes.
could say they, like, so that's the problem, like, we say they can do that, as if it wasn't our responsibility.
No,
And,
no. That's why they have a municipal tax, a school tax. A school tax is based on school board member decide, the municipal tax decided this council. So now people of Joyce say no to payroll tax. So their end of the day, their payroll tax go, I mean their school tax go double it, then they deserve to have it. Bottom line. You know,
he's saying if if Jersey City residents vote no on the payroll tax, then they deserve to
because of
have
that,
their
the
taxes
payroll,
go up.
school tax go double it, then they deserve that.
Oh, so you're saying if it goes to a referendum?
Yes, so key is very simple. The people, we always a choice which way we're gonna go. And if we have to go referendum, if people have just a choice, they're willing to pay 2019-20, the 50% increase school tax, that's what their choice, let them go on. I cannot stop them. And to 2020 and 2002, their school tax go up 100%, let them go 100%. Because this one is key. We don't want to do that, the payroll tax, clear. I think I appreciate nobody want to do that. But at this moment, the state allowed only one. And the times that are outside, because we gotta give some business owners to set up the system to collect the things one. And the meantime, we gotta fight with maybe future referendum. And the board of ed put their budget together. We don't have the time because almost the December is, this is almost gone. I wish if we have time, when we give the sit down with the business committee, like
And that's
4
the
5
point of
months
the
ago.
proposal, it gives us time, it creates time, right? That's what it does.
Because, okay, let's say we pass this, then the business community goes forward with a referendum. It will slow down this process that we just
A
passed?
referendum on the ordinance,
Yes.
which ordinance, right, the one that's,
The one that's proposed right now, not the new.
For second
not-
reading.
Yeah, for second reading.
yes, they will likely go to they will push for a referendum.
And so if they push for a referendum, how will that hold up the school funding? Because now we passed it. Now they're going for a referendum, just like the statute,
Right.
all right? It slowed down everything.
So, actually, the minimum 3 months, the city clerk knows that.
So,
when is gonna
okay,
be
we
have
in
a-
December, that's when
Robert,
it
if we
comes, right?
pass this payroll tax at this meeting,
Thank you.
roughly
When it's gonna be?
when would a potential referendum come?
The earliest.
I know it's rough.
Okay, well, I've actually thought it out.
Okay.
Aside from the last referendum stealing the summer, this will steal the holiday season. The 20th day will be December 10th. And we'll have 20 days from the dump to review. That'll take us to January 30th.
January 3rd.
And if excuse me, to December 30th. If I certify them as good, then we have an election between 40 and 60 days thereafter. If I don't certify and they need more, they have 10 days to collect additional signatures, and then they'll have 5 days to review those additional signatures. But in reality, they have 30 days to collect them, the 20 days I'm reviewing them, and then the 10 days.
Yep.
And I think they'll be a little more sophisticated than, I'm not throwing bombs, but
Yeah.
a little more sophisticated than the last referendum.
So what's the date?
The date, I'm figuring somewhere in March.
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 So you have a referendum in March?
That's at the
March,
earliest.
April.
What will be the latest? What happens if they first file a lawsuit
So when
saying
is
that
gonna be
this
the money?
was illegal or
That's
this
not
wasn't
my
right?
point.
So if the referendum were to pass, then you would be able to start to collect the
Yes.
revenues in March and April, but I think the thing, so.
Well,
then-
if the
then it's-
referendum passes,
Gear up to start collecting
Right.
them, if you're
understood.
Brian Platt.
Right.
Gear up to start collecting.
Right, but then you have, the thing is, this could, if no agreement comes back a year, but the thing is, if you win the referendum and we pass the bill, it's permanent, right? Obviously, you could change it, and you can also negotiate, there's a process of a 20-day process for the city to repeal the ordinance, and then there's the 10-day process for the petitioners to withdraw. So it does not preclude negotiation, it doesn't preclude discussion.
My concern is, the school needs money right away,
Right.
based on what I'm hearing,
Correct.
right? So I wanna know all the timeline, because
Yeah.
now if we agree and vote on what's here, then they're gonna go for the
So if
referendum.
you vote on
What's
this-
the timeline, then that slows down money for the school, so we'll still put the school in a bad way.
if you go with this route, then money is guaranteed for the schools in the next school year, right? We will collect, the payroll tax will move forward. The only thing that would impede it, which would also be true with the other option as well, is if they file a lawsuit, which they said they will.
Right.
But they will not ask for an injunction to try to hold up the collection of dollars under this scenario. They'll put this in writing as well. And they say that they will not seek an injunction on dollars and will be able to collect the money. But if in this situation or in the current payroll tax that's before us, that we're voting on tomorrow for second reading, they will challenge the constitutionality in both. And if ultimately it's deemed that it's unconstitutional, then it will, we may potentially, I've been told by attorneys, have to return money if we collected any money and so forth. So either scenario, you run that risk. In the scenario that I'm proposing, we still get to collect the money, but in the scenario that with the current ordinance as it's proposed, if we win, then we can collect the money. But if we lose the lawsuit, then we'd have to pay back 1%, not 0.75%, right? So we'll pay back more money. We would collect more money, but we'd lose more money at the
But
end.
let me ask this one.
I'm not done there. And then
The city of Newark, they collect almost 7 years. What is different in our case and their case?
So I would agree, and I would say that I don't think we would lose the lawsuit. I would defer to the law department and ask them to look into that matter, about whether a lawsuit and what the risk is for us as a result, if they were to file a lawsuit against us, because they will do it, they're gonna do it in either scenario. But in this scenario that I'm proposing, they are not going to have any, I'm not sure what the legal terminology is, but have any sort of file for any injunction to try to hold up our collection of the taxes. The collection of the taxes will proceed, and we will be able to collect 75.75% payroll tax, which I would assume would estimate somewhere around, I don't know, $40 to $50 million or something.
What would a lawsuit do to the timeframe? Because we saying March.
For the one that's before us, instead of, if you do the referendum and you lose in March, then they could file the lawsuit still. They don't have to do it concurrently. And I'm going to tell you they haven't told me this, but if I were them, I wouldn't do it concurrently, right? I would file the lawsuit after the referendum is over and extend the time frame even more for us. So that
the council president, you know what?
Wait, one second.
They could file a lawsuit at any time they want. The
Yeah.
referendum has specific dates. Robert just told you what they are. All you can do is calculate them. They're very specific. It does come out, I think, somewhere late February, early March. As far as a lawsuit's concerned, anybody can file a lawsuit at any time. They would not, just because they file a lawsuit, they don't stop what you have in the process. You have an ordinance, you have law on the books.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The only way that they can stop you from collecting is to file for an injunction. Injunctive relief is a very, very high standard. There's different prongs of legal analysis that has to be done, and you have to show that the equities are on your side, that they are going to suffer irreparable harm if you are not stopped from doing what you're doing. Irreparable harm, as a matter of black letter law, does not include monetary damages. There's something, the classic example is that I sue you because you're going to knock down my house, and I go to court and say, Judge, I'm going to file this lawsuit, but you have to stop this council person from knocking down my house, because once it's gone, it's gone. I can't be repaired through money. This situation here, and obviously we never know what a court's really going to do, but they can't go to court and say that they're being irreparably damaged, because the damage is money. Money can always be paid back. So they would have a very, very, very high standard to meet in order to stop the government from proceeding, the city from proceeding and doing what they're doing. Ultimately, they might win the lawsuit, they may not, but we are in the same position as Newark. We have basically the same enabling statute. We're doing the same basic ordinance provided by the enabling. I don't know how they would find it.
They could file the injunction and they could argue for irreparable harm.
They could file the injunction and argue for irreparable harm. What I'm telling you is that the chances of them ever winning that injunctive relief for irreparable harm is not money. All they're losing is money. Money can be paid back. There's no irreparable harm to them. So I wouldn't put my license on it, but they would have a very, very hard time meeting that standard.
What if I argued, hypothetically, I'm not an attorney, but if I'm a business and employer and I say, I got a bunch of folks who are from Bayonne who are in my warehouse here, and since I'm only getting taxed on Jersey City residents, I'm gonna fire these Bayonne folks.
Right.
And so you're gonna have that trickle effect throughout, and an employer will say in the lawsuit,
discrimination.
this is irreparable harm to somebody's livelihood and so forth around
It's
this
not,
stuff.
because it's still money. I mean, they can phrase it that way, but that necessarily wouldn't fly. At the end of the day, it's all money. Like I said, they can argue what they want. In my opinion, they would not be successful on injunctive relief. I think, of course, they're going to argue it, they're gonna file it, but that doesn't mean success. In the lawsuit, they can continue a lawsuit, you can continue to act until, if and when a court says to you, your ordinance is null and void. We already know about that, but if you go by the standards set for Newark, the state gave them an enabling ordinance, basically the same thing. We followed suit with an ordinance, just like Newark did. I don't know where. I mean, you could argue, well, Newark hasn't been challenged, right? But I don't think that the employers in Newark
That's what I'm
necessarily
saying.
want to
Newark,
pay that.
they do was 7 years. The business people in Newark is dumb. That's why they're not filed suit against the city of Newark.
What did you say?
What
did you say?
No.
They have filed lawsuits over
What
there.
you say sometimes?
No.
You said the business people in Newark is dumb. Now,
No. Listen
what
to
did you say?
No.
What did you say? That's what we're saying. What did you say?
Listen to me.
Uh-huh.
People of those who talk about. So people of the Newark, the business community of Newark, because of the dumb not sue the Newark City. No, they are smart people, but they knows that. Listen, they knows that they have no chance to win. That's why they're not bothering.
Got himself fired out.
Yeah.
No, but if you hear it on tape.
No. You just need a part.
No.
It's fine.
So this is what it is.
Listen to the
Simple.
tape. Right.
We try.
Thank you.
If it doesn't work, then we correct. You know what I'm saying? So if it's not, if we not take action now, I'm telling you, they're gonna go to the referendum. They're gonna go to the lawsuit. They're gonna go to all kind of scare attack this city council. Even they say that next coming election, we're gonna make sure whoever say yes not gonna be elected. They can say anything they want.
Right.
But as a council person, at the current time, towards what we have the best interest of people of Jersey City. And also, if you do employee tax, if they don't want to pay employee tax, fine. Find out employee from Jersey City. Simple. And when you hire the people, they're not living in Jersey City, offer to them, if you live in Jersey City, you will pay this much. If you live outside, maybe we offer you only so much. They can, business company, they can a lot of different ways to avoid that employer payroll tax. We give them tool also to them. It's not just one side, one way to do that. They got both. They have 2 ways.
Okay. I think we've talked
please.
enough. So I ask you to consider, council members, consider introducing my ordinance. And I'll add that to the late item. You review that, it'll provide it literally is the same thing. The one thing I will say, council members, on my ordinance, I just saw this and I'm going to probably strike that out, and then there'll be an amendment that you'll see as well. And there's some other minor corrections, nothing substantial. But on page 5, paragraph D was something added by the partnership that I think should be removed. I'm going to consult with you about that, but I'll ask them to figure out another way to accomplish this rather than by ordinance, because this would be, I think, not consistent with the state statutes, and so it would jeopardize the ordinance itself.
Page 5D?
Page 5,
On the ordinance?
bullet point D, yeah. Under 304-19.1 of the ordinance itself, the proposed ordinance. So D talks about requiring them to open up all their books, the Jersey City Public Schools, for an audit, essentially. And while that's desirable, and that's part of the agreement, I don't think it should be included in the ordinance. As I think about that would be outside of what the state allowed for, and that would make it invalid as a result. Okay.
So I just want to be clear, and we can move on. Filing the lawsuit does nothing to the timeline.
Following the lawsuit does nothing unless they're granted injunctive relief if they were to move forward.
So if they was to file this tomorrow, it does nothing to the referendum timeline.
Unless they get an
Could you explain that in layman's terms? Like, from we can, I don't have unless they,
I'm glad he said that.
right, you want to say, who's kicking
So
my
if they
foot?
file their lawsuit and the judge says, because it's, you're gonna be harmed irreparably, and says, we're gonna grant this injunction and stop the ordinance from being enacted essentially. That's,
The injunctive relief, you file a lawsuit, and you can file for injunctive relief upon that lawsuit. So if they just file an everyday lawsuit, everything just continues. If they ask the court specifically for injunctive relief, that means they want us to stop what we're doing. That was the standard I talked about that they have to meet. It's like a 3 or 4 prong standard, I don't know off the top of my head, but one of the prongs is they have to show the court, or at least convince the court, that they have what's called a likelihood of success, that they have a good chance they're going to win. That's one of the prongs. Another one of the prongs is that, what I said, that they have irreparable harm, that they cannot be made whole by money. That standard, they would have to meet that standard. I think there's 1 or 2 more prongs in order for the court to say, stop. The city of Jersey City, you can't proceed with what you're doing. Short of getting that injunctive relief, they could file a lawsuit, and then the lawsuit would just continue, and they would have, I don't know what they'd be filing it for, unconstitutionality, whatever it is, it would just proceed like all these other lawsuits that proceed slowly through the system.
Let me ask one question, because, okay, now let's say the ordinance passed, the second reading. Where does that leave us, okay? 'Cause
If the
all we
ordinance
do-
passes tomorrow.
Right, all we doing is putting a Band-Aid on the school system. What is set up in place for us to go further? Nothing. That's my problem. This is my problem I'm having. There's nothing else set up. Okay, we have passed this, then what's set up?
If I may, Councilwoman, I think Brian Cox spoke about it at the first reading, that he's spoken to people in Newark, and he has like their system, I guess, kind of down pat. As to what they
I know
need
he
to set
spoke
up.
about the process, how the money's going. Okay, after that is done, what's the next step? Because the school's still in trouble. This doesn't stop nothing.
See,
We'll be back here again.
see, that's why I say
I'm
that.
saying,
See, that's why
I'm
I
getting frustrated
say,
because we just put the Band-Aid on something that is really serious, and we just seem like we're trying to do it fast and not really solve the problem. Because after and let's say it passed, Michael, it'll pass, okay, let's say it passed, then where does that leave us with the school? What is the next step? There's no next step, there's no discussion. We know the school needs money, nobody's saying anything. What we gonna do, wait till they get another order from the state saying, okay, we're not gonna give y'all no more money. Now what they gonna do? Okay, we got to run back to the council and see what we gotta do next. What is the next step? The school is in trouble. How are we going to help the school long-term? Nobody's answering that.
so I'm saying with this, we spend a year solving that. And we spend our time, all the stakeholders at the table, trying to come up with a long-term solution to our funding problem with the state, with the schools. And look, there is, I will grant you, there is a leap of faith here in working with folks at the Partnership for Jersey City and with the business community on that. I grant you that. But and maybe it speaks to kind of where I'm at as after 7 years on city council at this point. Again, the guy who tried to do the 30-hour work week, I'm willing to spend some time across the table talking to these folks about transforming the south side of Jersey City and coming with long-term solutions for our schools and our neighborhoods with jobs and affordable housing. Then I would like to talk about it inside with this in City Hall at this point and trying to figure out those solutions here. So I'd like to have everyone at the table and in the public in a transparent view.
Okay, let's say with this reference, we can't add, let's say we just want to be mean. And let's say we want to say 2%.
Payroll?
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, Council, the state statute that was passed.
We have to stay with the state.
The city is allowed for 1%.
Only one.
Yes.
So,
We
question,
just
right?
got trouble.
We pass payroll tax tomorrow. There's nothing stopping us from exploring other options to get additional revenue and putting that towards the school, right? And let's say that additional revenue ends up to be very profitable. Is there something stopping us from going back to this ordinance and revising it to lowering the 1%?
we can do that.
We can do
Yes.
that, right?
If we want, yes. Now, I'm going to say this. Council Joyce Waterman brought up a good issue. As I say, next year, around $60 million short.
Yep.
So if we collect the payroll tax we can cover next year. But 2020 to 21, there's 60 million plus another $60 million. So that's why payroll tax is just one of the different. So first is the payroll tax have been done. We need the additional plan we have to bring to the table, which is, can be payroll tax plus commercial occupational tax plus we have maybe commercial parking lot tax increase plus raise a school tax plus maybe service sharing plus if we worst the case, then we have to something, it's a ministry come out, the way council president say that we should give some funds, you know, some kind of pilot program, whatever, I mean, tax abatement, some we have to share program. We gotta have to line up so many plans. So this is the moment, we have only one plans allowed by state to New Jersey, payroll tax. That's why we go like this.
We only have one plan, and we
Yes,
don't have,
and
and
so,
we're not even.
So all the other plans, when they talk about it, just talk.
So I'm saying, this is an alternate plan, and the idea that we can sit down and come up with real solutions. Everyone sitting at the table, agreed upon, in front of each other, and transparent. Like, everyone's had one-off conversations, and that's been kind of the norm. This should have been everyone sitting at the table long ago, right? With those same folks and having those conversations for months now. But we've had these kind of one-on-one conversations, we've all had them, and I'm suggesting that we have the conversations in full view for everyone to sit down and talk about it. If it goes nowhere, and the Partnership for Jersey City disappoints me on the whole thing and turns out not to be provide a good faith effort in working with us going forward, then I'll be the first one to line up on the payroll tax referendum and say, and I'll have every reason, and you would too, and everyone else would say, you know, we tried to work with you in good faith, and you screwed us. Now we're going to take the fight to you, and we're going to get the 1%, and we're going to try to get more, whatever else we can find to get it out of your high. I'll take that stance if you want.
Council President, so this is what happened. We should be aware that if we do that, the payroll tax, the way they claim that, business community claim that, the negative impact almost $7 a square feet. The lease, so of course.
We're getting into details that aren't actually part of, that's the point of this proposal, is like, let's spend some time actually
let me finish this one.
working these numbers. It's not actually the payroll tax.
No, if commercial occupancy tax, their impact almost $1 a square feet. If we collect the commercial taxes now, current time, they have a 25 million square feet available, so city of Jersey can collect around $25 million. So if we, instead of go payroll tax, if we go commercial occupied tax, we only able to collect, if we're lucky, around $25 million. So whatever which way we go, it's not enough. That's why I always keep saying that payroll tax, and we have another additional revenue we have to find out. The last one, we gotta raise the school tax. I'm gonna tell you now, front of camera, yes, we got no choice. End of day, we gotta raise the school tax. But school tax rate only have gap. By gap law, we only can raise it so much. So we, as a taxpayer, now as a council, we got very tight, you know. But business community can threaten us. We're gonna go referendum, we're gonna litigation, all kind of stuff they say that. But end of day, we have to make very hard decision tomorrow.
I think we can all agree that we have to make a very hard decision, and that whatever is coming before us with the payroll tax is not going to solve the problem. I think regardless of what happens with what gets passed tomorrow or does not, gets tabled, we should all make a good faith agreement to go over these points. However, I'm a little skeptical though that with the partnership, for some of the same reasons that Councilman Solomon said, that if we've agreed to add money from marijuana and add money from abatements and everything else, and then we find out that we can't do, or it's not fiscally prudent for the city to do all of that, then they say, you know what, not good enough, we've wasted another couple of weeks, and then they do a referendum anyway. So that's one of my concerns with this, and I'll be perfectly frank about that. So I mean, we can have
Not good enough to do a referendum?
No, we are doing this in good faith, and then they turn around, a month from now after we pass this new ordinance and they say,
They only have they have a certain period of time to file a referendum after we pass it.
No, I
20 days after final adoption.
But what, I guess my
If they
point
do it within
is,
that 20 days.
I'm just not totally convinced. I mean, we're taking a leap of faith, and I'm just not, I'm a little concerned about that.
So, Council
So-
President, we have
So the fact that they would give it to you in writing and sit in front of stand in front of a podium with a press
No, no,
conference,
no.
that wouldn't,
If they, that would, yeah, but when is that?
I'm saying that's what they're offering to do that.
So, no.
That is on the table as like an offer.
Council
They
President.
will make that commitment publicly. And
Council President, the person will make a commitment. If they both fire him tomorrow, then his commitment go nowhere. So now this is what is we have to be understand.
I make a commitment, I
So
make my
now-
word, it's my
So
word.
this is the Council President. We have to see that the bottom, what they want that they don't want to pay payroll tax, period. So
Sure,
now, so that's what I'm saying. So now,
understand they're-
so that's what I'm saying. So listen to me. When we go down, we find the additional revenue resource, right, as a source. Then at the time, whatever we collect enough money from the other revenue, from the other field, then instead we go 1%, we goes down by state permit. We instead of 1%, we're gonna go 0.1%. We can do that. So don't give up the tools what we have now. And when the down to a year later, the way say Mariana tax, you say other common tax is available, all the other taxes available, then we go on, we don't need to charge 1% the payroll tax. We're going to go to 0.5 or 0.2. So what is the problem to do that? Why we don't give up now?
That's why I just asked that.
Why we give up the tools what we have? I mean, 2-3 years later, Mariana tax we able to collect $50 million. Then why we charge 1% to do a payroll tax? So then we say 0.1%. Instead of the commercial output tax, instead of $1 per square, we say 25 cents per square feet. We can able to do that, but don't give up the tools what we can have.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you now, you guys are going to be regulated if we not pass tomorrow. You're going to
Stop
be
threatening us like
No.
this.
I'm serious. I'm telling you, since 2012, bring up the issue to the school fund.
This is exactly-
No expectation now what happened.
Okay, thank you, Councilman, thank you. Thank you for the productive talk,
I'm serious. Get
as
this
it's
going.
been for years now.
We're
Great.
in this here now.
Thank you.
Just get it done. Sick of you.
Okay. We're moving on.
We only
Where's the
did
list?
that, we only beat that horse for an hour and 10 minutes.
Great. Let's bring in Brian Weller.
Oh, my daughter's telling me the Rams versus Chiefs right now, game of the year.
10Z12 for Brian. Folks,
It's been a problem before we even took office.
Right, because
It's been a problem before we took office.
welcome, Mark.
That's what I
Brian,
feel like saying
stop
now.
sitting in the corner, that's where the bad boys sit.
It's been a problem before we took office. Stop trying to just blame us.
Can we do Stacy next, please?
What is it?
Stacy?
What, Brian? What number, Brian?
okay.
What are you here for, Brian?
10Z12.
10Z12.
Professional
You
services.
don't have anyone to give out turkeys, the restaurant physically hand out turkeys?
All right, 10Z12 is a professional services agreement with Christie Engineering in connection with the structural engineering services for City Hall, the foundation investigation. Remember, we added as a late item at the last meeting, an emergency resolution for Joe, so they're tag teaming you right now.
Yeah, this is the one that I mentioned to everyone that we were going to need to pass at this meeting for an emergency investigation, in-depth investigation of the foundation of this building,
Yeah.
including but not limited to the piles themselves and the caps.
My office is gonna be in the basement soon, I know that.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, we have some examples of what could possibly happen with the back stairs and the other area that's collapsing on the one slab internally in the basement. So this is a no-brainer from our standpoint, but we have to make sure that we obviously go through the motions here. So the original one that I proposed last week was just the very minor professional services contract for the FEMA estimate. That's on a parallel path to this right now. So everything I told you about FEMA, none of that includes any potential need for remediating this foundation. So until we get this completed by Christie Engineering, and we're recommending Christie only because they have the most intimate knowledge. They were intimately involved after Sandy, when we first noticed the shifting of the foundation. So it was kind of a, I don't want to say no-brainer again, but it made sense to go to them immediately, without any further delay. Brian, go ahead,
We added some photos, just so you can see some of the areas of concern. They appear to be getting worse, so we really can't push this down the road very much longer. There's a lot of projects that City Hall is in need of, but it doesn't make any sense to proceed with any of them until we make sure we have a good solid foundation. And so we really need to evaluate this and get some answers before we build any more on top of it.
All you have to do is walk in the back door and see it. You don't have to have any professional training.
And I don't know if you've ever noticed in the back door, there's these little crystal gauges, these clear plastic. They're moving, slowly but surely, so.
What happened to the iPhone?
I'm sorry, there was a question.
I think that's for scale.
Oh, I didn't see
Oh, that's
that.
just there for scale, to show the settlement.
So now that this all came up during the investigation for FEMA,
Okay.
we can't sit on it.
Thanks, pal.
That's why we're here.
It does.
So we anticipate we'll be in operation to get some concrete reporting over to council.
I think they're going to be fair, as soon as we get a schedule from them. Some of it is going to be weather dependent.
Yeah, you're gonna see machines on
Yeah,
the
there's going to be
walls.
some machines, but they would propose to do it all at once and be wrapped up within 30 to 45 days.
So there will be some disturbance out there. We're gonna try to minimize it as much as possible. Luckily, we have wider lawn areas and wide sidewalks, so we'll keep everyone abreast, lockstep, as we make developments on this and proceed.
Any questions? None? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Stacy, you're up.
Great.
Stacy has 10H through L. So resolution authorizing the execution of a license agreement with the Jersey City Moms Meetup Group, allowing for the use of block 12904, lot 1, for the purpose of gardening.
Yeah, so that's the City Hall lot that we have fenced off, that the Jersey City Moms Group has been taking care of for the last 5 years, and every year we renew the licensure for that in case that group doesn't exist in the future.
Okay. Questions on that, folks? None? 10I, resolution authorizing the execution of agreement with Church World Service to conduct a needs assessment study on Jersey City's refugees and asylees.
So I wanted to take a moment to introduce all of you to our newest division director, Mike McLean. So Mike and I have been reviewing some of the information I sent you a few weeks back, in September, in fact, when the city of Jersey City was ranked 20th across the nation for their services for immigrants and their families, and we felt that we needed to get a little bit more information so we can better serve the refugee and asylee population. We reached out to a few of our colleagues out there, and we think we've got a really great proposal from Church World Service that can actually give us a little bit more information so that we can move up the rankings of the new American economy for our work with immigrant families. So we think this will really help us set a vision forward for the immigrant work that we're doing at the department, and it dovetails with some of the other strategic planning work that we're doing.
Question.
Yes.
In the second paragraph, right, we have the amount, it says 20,500. And then in parentheses it says 20,000, and everything else says 20,000. So
Yeah.
that's just a typo?
That's a
or-
typo.
Okay.
Okay, will that be corrected?
Yes, it will be correct.
Okay.
I think it was corrected, and you had the, but I just told Margaret fix it all.
Other questions? I have a question.
Okay.
So, CWS is a service provider.
Yes, they are.
So my question is, like, in terms of doing an assessment, which I'm all for, I guess, in that sense, but are they really the best? I mean, I know they have access, obviously.
I think for us, it was about access, a need base. You know, CWS gets paid per person they actually serve as well, and less refugees are coming to the state of New Jersey. And so they actually have staff with some time right now, and they have a great network of people that speak all the languages that we need. And we thought that this would be a great way to engage with them, because we know that there's a lot of new things coming down the pike. So,
I mean, is it an assessment?
it's an assessment.
Survey?
This is not a. I mean, I guess we can come to a point where this is an informative survey to help us, you know, better design the work that we're doing from a stakeholder approach. This is not a publishable article, you know. This has not gone through an IRB because we don't have one. And so this is more for internal data for Mike to better design how he can really develop his division.
Yeah, so to that point, Mike, how do you expect to use this data? I'm wondering, why don't we use a university or partner with a university or something like that on a study like this, which I think is worthwhile doing. I'm just kind of looking at the instrument and the tool. It's I mean, what do you expect to glean from this data and kind of report that's going to be useful to you, and us spending $20,000 on that?
Yeah, well, both universities probably wouldn't have been able to put this through as quickly as we'd like this done. Most of our MOUs, especially with NGCU and St. Peter's University, you know, it would take them some time to put something together. So what we asked, and I'll let Mike talk a little bit about that.
One of the things that we really want to do is help our refugee and asylee population continue their integration in Jersey City by applying for their green cards. Anecdotally, we know that many refugees and asylees don't apply for their green cards after being here for 1 year. And anecdotally, we know that this is kind of out of their reach, but we'd really like to know exactly how many are eligible for this, so that we can expand our citizenship services with the division into the I-485 green card applications, the adjustment of status. Also, a lot of this...
So to that end, in terms of identifying eligibility, in terms of your survey instrument and what kind of results you'll receive, like how do you expect to glean that from here, in terms of their eligibility and all of that?
Well, if you see the measurement tool that CWS has put together...
this one, the questionnaire?
Yep. It's a pretty robust set of data that we intend to get from this survey. So not only will it tell us how many are eligible for green cards, it will also give us an idea of
Where does it tell you about their eligibility? So I'm not familiar with what's eligibility for green card.
It's one of the questions on there. I don't have a copy of it, but it's also going to give us an idea of their ability to pay for attorneys, and with that information, we can make strategic partnerships so that they can get access to attorneys if they're needed to apply for the 485s. We also want to help get a sense of the average income of this population. It's a very vulnerable group, and as the director said, serving this population fits within our overall strategic plan of increasing the city's ranking, not only in the New American Economies Index, but in others.
So look, I'm the guy who introduced the Immigrant Affairs Commission, all that stuff, so I have no problem with doing stuff like this. Would you just be better off spending $20,000 on services than spending it on...
Well, if we can't find the people and they're so...
I could tell you they don't have money.
Yeah.
I could tell you that they have a hard time with legal representation, that they have a hard time paying their rent, and they get very little money, as you know, from CWS.
And so as you know, right now, we have one staff member, that is Mike.
Yeah.
And to justify a more robust division, we want to be able to provide you with that data, because we'd like him to have more than just him. There's
So
only
you're
been one
using it to
person.
justify to the man-ups across the hall?
I think to the entire council, for you to better understand that, like, when I hear someone's looking for a job and they don't actually speak the languages of the individuals or the asylees or the refugees that we need to help, it's really difficult for me to hire another person that doesn't speak those languages, and it makes it hard to serve. It also enables us to say, where are these people staying? Are they crowded in a home? Are they in substandard housing? Are they in housing where lead is more prevalent? These are other programs that our department actually works on, and it better integrates with some of the knowledge that we have, that we don't have grants from other places. We currently have this funding in our, that we can use right now, because we had somebody leave. We had, we're currently trying to hire. We can't seem to hire fast enough, so we want to make sure that we have enough information, so when we do hire, we're not hiring 4 people that speak Spanish when we really need someone that speaks Urdu and Arabic. And so I think this population.
We also, AmeriCorps.
The AmeriCorps program does not work with immigrants. The AmeriCorps program, as per the new directive from our president, will only work with veterans and opioid addiction. And so that is where the AmeriCorps program is moving, and we will still continue to work with AmeriCorps in our opioid work and in our veterans affairs.
They used to work with
in the past.
Right.
Yeah.
So it just stopped with
this. As of June of this year, Kevin has been working really hard on expanding the work AmeriCorps is doing. We don't have that option.
So I'm going to ask if you could include a whereas in here about it says here that they will provide a report to Health and Human Services, which could be used to identify service gaps for refugees, blah, 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 blah. Like, to include that there and say that when that report will be made available, and it'll be shared with the city council.
Okay.
Okay.
We're hoping to, we're coming up with an actual date. It might be January 18th that we would share that publicly at our Immigrant Affairs Forum. We're just trying to lock down, information. So we'll get that.
Let's move on. 10J.
Okay. So 10J, this is a resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement between the Board of Trustees of the University of Illinois on behalf of its Cure Violence on the Chicago campus in the city of Jersey City. I think over the last year and a half, you know that we have been working with Center for Court Innovation. We've been collecting data on violence across our city and its impact in each community. In fact, a team of people from Jersey City went out to see how cure violence models have been working in Brooklyn. Neither model that we saw was really the right model for us, because our police would like to be a part of that team, which actually is very different from what the cure violence model is. And so we, along with the medical center, have reached out to Cure Violence, and we would like them to come to Jersey City to sit and train a small cadre of individuals working with youth that are already part of the partnership. And this is they go through the University of Illinois, so that's their fiscal conduit for Cure. It's because that's where it started.
Okay. Any questions on that, folks? Next item.
So this is a resolution authorizing an affiliation agreement with Rutgers University for its Biomedical and Health Sciences School of Public Health to cooperate for allowing internships and public health students enrolled in both graduate and undergraduate programs at the Jersey City Department of Health and Human Services. We have partnerships with every university in the state to do this work. This team is very interested in doing work around community health education and Vision Zero work. So this would be under Paul and hopefully help coordinate some things that Barca's team is doing.
It's not close to taxpayer Jersey, eh? Did we pay for that?
No, they don't pay for it. They get credit. They have to do internships to get their community health education specialist, civil service title, and state licensure.
And when will you look to utilize them?
So they actually go through this particular program is more of the public health side, where we have a 5-year arrangement with Rutgers for all of our registered environmental health specialists, like actual health inspectors. This would be the community health aspect, so in injury prevention, the injury prevention work that we're doing.
So when will it?
I assume January, as soon as you pass this, we can bring the list of the students that are taking the classes for internship to HR and process that.
Any questions, council?
I just want to confirm, there's zero public dollars that go into this? What do we provide?
We provide them 150 hours of internship that they need for them to be able to get their licensure. So we don't have anyone with that licensure here in Jersey City, so we like to utilize everyone that's training for it, so when we have an opening, we can bring, we can actually have a pool of people we can hire from. There's a community health education specialist license. It is a permanent civil service title that is a state licensure that basically is a generalist health educator. Our director of community health and wellness was grandfathered because of her level of education, and this started after she was already in charge. So now we have some of our staff also in this training, taking the test. So after they take the internship, after they finish school, they go to take like some courses at Rutgers, and then they have to do 150 hours in a public health entity. So we do that with the nurses.
This is great.
At NJCU, we do that with the nurses at St. Peter's. Any way we can get anyone to understand like really what public health is, we try to. Right now, it's really about like multiple languages and understanding some of the safety net issues.
I wish we could have interns like this. I do. So, council members, I'm going to ask.
If you want a public health intern, we'll send you one.
Well, it's a priority on this, and just to consider our priorities, and ask that I'm going to make a motion to remove this from the agenda, and we'll reconsider this in the future. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks. Next item.
All right. This is a resolution authorizing the execution of a grant agreement and the acceptance of a grant award from the Kresge Foundation. Several months ago, we applied for the Public Health Emerging Leadership Award. 20 cities were awarded this. It's a fellowship for myself and for Linda Ivory Green, our Director of Community Health and Wellness. It's funding to provide us with the tools to do a transformative concept and strategic plan for the health department. And it would include all of the division directors of the health department, stakeholders across, obviously, the council that are aligned with, the health issues that we're dealing with. It allows us to get our staff some of the training that they need to better understand sort of systems mapping, boundary spanning leadership, and sit down in January and come up with a 3-year plan for you so it aligns with our future budgeting goals.
Okay, questions, council? Hearing none. You also have an ordinance, 3C.
I do, and I also have a car, but I don't know if Steve, are you doing that one?
Cars.
Yeah. You can do it.
What's your ordinance?
3C, she has 3C, it's the community Adopt-A-Lot Community Garden Program.
Yes.
Okay, I just have to say that a very eagle-eyed person noticed that there are mistakes, and you'll get a new version tomorrow, just the block and lots are wrong.
The block and lots are wrong on the ordinance for the,
Yes.
oh, because John
Yes.
worked on, that's what that's, okay.
Yeah, it's probably because of the change. They probably just took an old ordinance and built upon it.
Okay.
But
Well, I will explain to you these
the addresses
5
are correct,
lots.
but the blocks and lots
Okay.
are not correct, and we'll have the correct version iteration to the council tomorrow.
So this is the renewal for the new year. Remember, 2 years ago, we decided nonprofits should be managing gardens. This year, the only garden that's not being renewed is the Cups Garden. We're looking for a new location because that will be the location of Rescue One. And obviously 3 of these 5 lots are Green Acres space, and the 447 MLK, that's the Mandela lot, and 81 Garfield is the Can You Dig It that's run by the youth organization over there. So yeah. So this is the renewal for January. It goes throughout the year, and right now we're just collecting data on all of the donations and their harvests, and we'll invite you to that harvest celebration.
Okay, questions, council? Hearing none, thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Barca, you're up. Barca has 10M and 10O.
Nine today's.
10M is a resolution from the municipal council authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority and New Jersey Institute of Technology for the fiscal years 2019 to 20 sub-regional studies program for the development of a parking management plan.
Yes. Good evening, council. This first item is accepting a grant that we were awarded by the NJTPA in order to do a citywide parking study, which would result in a parking management plan. And we had proposed this plan to NJTPA last year in order to get a better understanding of the parking situation in the city. So some of the tasks that it would include are basic project management. It would be led completely by a consultant. So the entire amount that we were authorized for, which is $300,000, which is inclusive of a 20% local match, would go completely towards a consultant that we would hire in order to do this study for us, and it would be managed by us in the planning division and engineering division. It would include basic program management, community outreach, data collection in order to get an accurate sense of the parking inventory in the city, which is all parking supply, on-street, off-street, private, public, everything that's approved. And then that would go into a data modeling phase where we would have both a spatial model of the parking inventory as well as a spreadsheet-based model of the parking inventory that we can work with more easily. And the next step of that would be recommendations in order to optimize parking where we already have it built, where it's not being used to 100% capacity, and to look at our zoning and our regulations to right-size parking requirements in order to meet the needs of the neighborhoods. In some areas where there's overbuilt parking and some areas where there's underbuilt or under-required parking. And all of that will result in a parking management plan which takes us into the next few decades as a city and creates a vision for where we want to be in terms of parking, how to get there, an implementation matrix, as well as what individual agencies within the city are responsible for and what is their role in order to do all of this. So it's going to be a 15-month-long process following hopefully the approval of this resolution to accept the grant. We will immediately do another resolution to authorize competitive contracting to be able to release an RFP and get some proposals from consultants.
Okay, Councilman Young.
Can you explain really what is the difference between we hire the consulting company for citywide parking? How is the difference with this one?
I'm sorry.
No, the planning department hire the consulting company for citywide parking study. So what's different between that one and this one? How different?
I don't know of a consultant that was hired by.
We hired the planning department hired the citywide parking study.
No, I think this is the first time.
This might be it. I know we've been talking about it for a while because we were, and I can explain why. The reason that it's taken this long is we were authorized with this grant money in July 1 of this year, which is when the fiscal year starts, but we only received the subcontracts. Actually, we didn't even receive it when I submitted this resolution. I just got them this morning. There have been significant administrative delays from NJTPA, which stalled us being able to bring this resolution to the council. And I mean, in the future, I'd just like law department's legal opinion on whether we can put in these resolutions before we have the subcontracts, but that's the reason why there was a delay for both contracts, both grants I'm gonna be talking about today.
Could Councilman, you be referring to when we submitted it initially? Was it?
Um,
I think they did that.
that
Was
was
it a year
last
ago?
year,
A year ago?
yeah.
Last year.
That was just to do an application.
To apply.
To
Your
apply.
approval to allow us to apply.
Right.
For the funding.
For the funding, okay.
So
Yeah.
it took this long to get the approval of the
All right,
funding.
okay.
It's an uphill battle with them.
Yes. But at the end of this plan, it's going to be a very comprehensive master plan, really, for how to manage our parking properly, from zoning to proper revenue generation, fair revenue generation,
Right.
from metering, from permitting.
Yeah.
Make sure we're on par with other large cities in the country. We're hoping to attract some of the big players in this.
There was
arena.
last year's, the resolution for.
Just to apply.
Apply for, all right,
Yeah.
okay.
Any other questions?
Anyone? No? Did you do both? Yeah.
No.
10-0 is next.
Okay.
So, resolution authorizing the city to enter into a cost reimbursement agreement with the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority and the New Jersey Institute of Technology, which will enable Jersey City to receive funding for future task orders.
Right, so this is the annual grant from NJTPA that we've been getting for many years now, which fund any transportation planning activities that we do. So it covers things like staff salaries for work specific to transportation planning, which is the majority of my job, as well as indirect costs like supplies, conference, things like that. And so for the past few years, the annual amount that we've been awarded every year is $113,162.50. That's also inclusive of a 20% local match, which is $22,600 and change. And this year we were also approved for some additional funding, which will cover things like a request for a laptop, a request for an intern, just additional support to be able to do more transportation planning activities, because currently it's just me on the planning side who does that. So that's the second grant.
So just to be clear, Barca, this is a not to exceed number.
Correct.
So we have to bill against it
Right.
as we generate work. We have a plan to maximize this beyond anything we've done in the past between planning and engineering. Everything that's eligible, Vision Zero, all of that is going to go against this as much as
Right, in
possible.
the past, we have returned several thousands of dollars just because we haven't been able to bill all of that.
Okay. Great.
And if I may take just 2 minutes of the council's time, I want to talk about public meetings we have related to transportation planning. Is that okay?
2 minutes.
You can time me.
Go.
Okay, so I will be completely honest. Turnout has been pretty low on the up to 10, 15 meetings we've had in the past few months related to several transportation plans or corridor projects. And so we have some big ones coming up. The first one is 2 public information sessions for Vision Zero. We had one already at the Gallo Center, and we expected high turnout, and we just didn't get it. So that will be on November 26th and 27th. We realize it's the week right after Thanksgiving, so anything council can do to get the word out to constituents would be very helpful, specifically because, yes, I have copies of each for all of you, and I'll send it out digitally, and hard copies are also available.
Want to pass it out?
Yeah, so it's, they're
3.
just sorted, so 2 each.
2 each.
Yeah. That's specifically important because we're taking an overall look of how our streets are going to change. We found that residents don't come out unless they feel like a significant change is happening and a vote is going to take place for a redesign of the street. This is more general, but it is going to affect how we redesign our streets overall, so it's an important one. The second one is for a bike master plan meeting where we're going to be looking at new standards that we'll adopt, again, for how we look at streets and redesign them for bikes. So it's also an important one. That one is December 12th. We'll reach out to neighborhood groups. We'll get the word out in all the other ways we know, but anything you can do to help would be appreciated. Thank you.
How are you getting the word out?
So currently, We get the word out through all of the city channels, which is all the social media, and then through our consultants, we use their staff to be able to do in-person flyering, as well as emails to all of the neighborhood associations that we know of, as well as other nonprofit groups that we know of. The Board of Ed is one of the members of our Vision Zero task force, so we're asking them to get the word out to all the schools and PTAs. But we're happy to take suggestions because we want to do as much as we can. We really haven't been getting a lot of people. So if there are people that need to know about this that we're just not aware of, please tell us.
Okay.
Council President, I had one item from Andrew Vishio. I'm not sure if you want me to speak on it, but it was just the approval of the introduction of an ordinance for a multi-way stop at 6th and Brunswick.
Which one is that?
That is 3E, ordinance introducing the multi-way stop intersection.
Okay.
There was a request to study it. It passed the federal warrants, so we're recommending that it be implemented.
Councilor Rivera was the one who brought it up, but I had also worked with engineering on that intersection. And
Correct.
It needs a stop sign.
It does, yes.
Great. Okay, anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Joe. Tanya, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's get you out of here. Tanya has 2 ordinances, F and G.
I'm sorry?
F is adopting amendments to the Todd North Zone of the Morris Canal Redevelopment Plan.
We've got 4. We're okay? Robert, we're okay with 4?
Sorry?
We're okay with our...
We don't need a quorum.
No,
We could do this with 1.
okay.
I'm good with that too. So the ordinances are actually math, so bear with me. One I am very familiar with, which is the ordinance, it's just a resolution designating Central Lab as a redevelopment plan.
We're on the ordinances, so you're...
We're on the ordinances.
Yeah, let's do 3F and 3G, and then we'll move to resolution.
So 3F is Morris Canal.
No, yeah, the Morris Canal Redevelopment Plan. What is TOD? Transit-oriented development.
That's right. I did go to school. I should know that. It is my
Yeah,
fault.
all these
So this is the result of an amendment to basically make the affordable housing bonus available to smaller projects. The way the affordable housing bonus reads is that it's 5% or 2 units. So on projects that are 10 units and under, it basically makes it impossible to utilize the bonus and to provide any affordable housing. So this amendment makes it possible for units, projects under 10 units to utilize the bonus, provide 1 affordable housing, and buy out for the second one.
What's the buyout number?
10,000, I believe. So we did do the financial analysis. It is in your packet.
This is a Councilor Jason. You asked me? You finished?
Yeah, done.
Okay. This one, 306 Johnston Avenue, this project is an apartment?
Yes. I
Let
believe
me ask
it's...
this one. Is it a financial project? Did you review all these numbers?
Did I read the ordinance numbers?
No. All this financial, project.
The NW.
Yeah, basically that they're barely making any...
I mean, you
There's
believe
barely
that-
a return with the one...
Did you believe that they have lawyers here from that side? From the, the Johnston Avenue project? They need lawyers here? No, they have no representative. Let me ask this one.
I just say it one more time, I'm sorry.
No, forget about it. I'm going to explain to you. Okay, they claim their gross potential revenue $256,000. All right, so now they put your 5% the vacancy rate. The annual revenue after deducted, they say $243,000, and the operating expense $83,000. So in other words, they put in almost 35% their whole income as operating expense.
I think those numbers come directly from the financial analysis.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Not from the applicant.
Yes.
You know, we give the financial.
If you give them amend that area actually, based on their numbers, it's a joke, really. If you rent an apartment, they pay own electric, they pay own electric gas, and still they pay own electric and the gas, and still they expense with 34% of their annual revenue. Come on.
So I'm just trying to follow. You think that
their number is unacceptable because they put your numbers can't trust. This is NB5 company again.
This is the NW.
Yeah, I brought the last time issue. They make 100% different in just 2 days. I mean, really, this is common sense. If based on their claim because they cannot make money, that's why they cannot have affordable housing units, it's gonna be kidding. Tanya.
Yes.
Time to wake up.
I'm very much awake.
Yes, but
But I didn't do the analysis. I just.
Yeah, market value for the. I'm telling you.
Michael, that's
Johnston Avenue is very good location. The current time maybe is some area depressed or some area, but that's the one of the boom area. So now there's a market value for 10 units apartment, $2.7 million. Far more than that. I mean, ask them. It's like 5 minutes away from the railway train station, and the 10 units apartment.
You dispute the market value, is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the market only.
Dennis, you want to talk to that?
$2.7 million.
This is done by NW Financial, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't have any information on this.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were here for this.
Here for the west side.
Okay. So, Tanya, are you prepared to answer that?
I can't. I wish
Yeah,
I
we have to
could.
have NW Financial here.
Yes, please, because you know what?
Mike Hanlon.
We have the
Even Jersey
applicants,
City
professionals here.
10 units apartment.
He's here?
Very old.
Yeah, Ed is here.
I can't answer the
Yes,
financial.
okay.
I can't answer the financial stuff. I do want to point out that one of the.
This way.
Yeah, if you can't answer, he had a specific question about or dispute about the market value as determined in this memo from NW Financial. So if you don't have an answer to that.
I don't have the answer to that, but I can point to like what the flaw was and is in the redevelopment plan amendments is that they were offering a bonus based on the affordable housing, where you would get additional height and therefore be able to build additional units, and then they added this number of 2, minimum of 2. It's only a 5% requirement with a minimum of 2.
Yeah.
What happens with the smaller lots, though, this only affects lots that are smaller than 3,000 square feet. The bonus said you can go up to 3 stories. Well, surprise, you are permitted 3 stories, so there's no bonus there at all.
Yes.
So they tried to address that by saying now you can get a fourth story, and if you get that, now you get the additional units. But now the unit counts are much smaller. For instance, in the case of the 306 Johnston project, which kind of stimulated this, they have 8 units. So if you put 2 affordable units, that's 25% of the whole thing. It's almost impossible to do. So really the choice here is not that we're reducing the requirement from 2 units down to 1 unit. We're actually creating it from 0 to 1. Because no one's going to do this bonus on a small lot, and therefore you'll have 0. But if we make it at least something that's possible, something that's achievable, then we're going to get the 1 unit. So that's really where we're coming from. The financial numbers came between the discussions between the property owner and NW, and so that's where that came from. But I would also point out that the owner, the people who own this property, they're local people. Mr. Amin is right there. He lives on Monmouth Street. He bought his home in the early 2000s, and he bought this vacant lot with the intention of redeveloping it. And we've been trying to go through all the correct steps, go to the community meetings, go to the community organizations, meet with Councilman Jermaine. We're trying to go through all these proper steps. And that's where we are now today. Meanwhile, and this is not necessarily on this point, but I just think the council should be aware of this. Meanwhile, he gets a letter from the Jersey City Development Agency. They want to condemn his home. He's been living in this home since early 2000 with his wife, his family, his kids, and while he's trying to do the right thing and redevelop this property, someone comes around, smacks him in the back of the head, and now they're at his own home. He lives a block away.
If you guys remember me, I came to the last city council and I spoke. I spoke in front of the city council about how, the JCRA was trying to raise my neck and, trying to push me out as well. So I'm trying to develop on an empty lot. They're trying to.
Sorry, what just happened here? Why are we opening up this?
Yeah, but I don't think we should just briefly, conclude and then just, because it's not what's before us.
No, it's all right, it's all right. So I'm just developing on an empty lot while the JCRA, they're trying to develop on occupied land already. That's my land, where I live with my wife and my daughter. So what I'm just trying to do is I'm going through the proper steps like Ed had mentioned, and just trying to build something over there. What zoning had told me was the maximum I could do is just a 3-story, 2 units. I don't think that's adequate for a corner empty lot.
Okay.
That's where we are right now.
I got it.
Okay. All right.
No offense, it's just we don't normally have.
Yeah,
Stay on focus.
Okay.
And walking in front of the camera is a little, Ed cleared it.
All right.
Okay, so we need to have NW Financial here, I guess, for
second
future second reading. And actually, since it's not till December 19th, maybe folks can connect with them before then.
Tanya, it's like a 10 units apartment on the Heights, more than $2.5 million.
Yes,
And the downtown and as a prime location, 5 minutes away from railway train, and the 10 units for $2.7 million, we're gonna overstretch her. If they're gonna sell 10 units apartment in Johnston, the revenue, $2.7 million, I'll be one of the buyer. You know what I'm saying? So what that means is that they put your numbers, not real numbers.
We can ask NW where they got their numbers from.
Yeah.
From there.
Okay.
Absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely. And the other ordinance, which I think you guys have actually at this point been told about at length, is the Tunnelly Avenue redevelopment plan, and that's really recognizing the fact that there is a lot of industrial there. The current zoning doesn't permit industrial, and so really allows for the expansion of some of the industrial uses down there and for it to be done properly and efficiently. There's some title issues, and this helps really clear them up. Really, it's really not too much more than that.
Okay,
I have a resolution designating Central Avenue as an area in need of redevelopment, not all of Central Avenue, just the parking lot. It was approved by the planning board at the last planning board meeting. We haven't written a plan yet, that's the next step. It's pretty lengthy, I don't really want to go into too much detail unless you want me to.
questions on this? Councilman Yuen?
No.
None.
Actually, I have a conflict of interest.
Right.
Okay, that's
Because of
Q.
my process, so
It's 10Q.
I abstain.
One for area redevelopment.
10Q.
And then the last one is just one of the resolutions, only because we were only able to get information for one of them, and that's for, it's McManus and... Kyle McManus, yes. With the money that we have in our budget this year for professional services.
Which one is this?
D14.
Yeah.
Okay,
The money that we have for professional services, we're hiring a consultant to help us with the inclusionary zoning ordinance. So most of you have seen a draft of it. We've even run it past NW Financial. We're at a space where we feel pretty confident with it, but Beth McManus, the person who we're hiring, is court master for a bunch of municipalities and has authored a bunch of affordable housing plans throughout the state, including one of them being Asbury Park, which has a lot of similarities to Jersey City. And I think that because this is a little bit, actually, just to kind of piggyback on what you guys were talking about earlier, Uncharted, we really want to do it the right way. And she has a lot of experience, so basically that's really, that's all this resolution is a contract to hire her to help us.
What's the current timing on it's like, I guess how long are these people gonna work? When is your?
We hope to have something before you guys January, February.
So January, February.
Yeah, she has the full understanding that it's already written, and most of her help is really going to help us with figuring out how to manage it and move forward.
Right. I can't speak with the council president, but I don't know, but I assume, well, I know you'll agree with me that the sooner the better.
Yep.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And we're gonna get the report, right, after finishing?
From,
The company.
Is there a report case he's asking?
So-
Or is this just simply advice and consultation?
Yeah.
that's all this is right now.
Yeah,
Not a
we're gonna be,
report, it's just advice.
Yeah.
oh, the bias?
She'll be with me when I introduce the ordinance. She'll be tweaking the ordinance. Right, I mean, you guys have seen a draft. I think that there's some pretty standout weaknesses right now that we need to address.
Okay?
All right. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Who else do we have?
Dennis Enright's in your room.
Dennis, okay, come on up, Dennis.
He hasn't had this much fun in a long time.
I'm sorry, you were not,
That's what I was pointing to.
I'm sorry, you were not, if you're not on these sheets, like, I don't know that
That's fine.
you actually exist in this room.
That's what I do for a living.
Okay. Which item is it?
This is C, Resolution C.
10C. Okay, 10C is,
Let me do that, Council President. You've been doing my job tonight. 10C is a resolution of the city authorizing the circulation of a POS, which is a preliminary official statement, and an FOS, a final official statement in connection with the sale of the city's redevelopment bond anticipation notes, series 2019A, and approving a continuing disclosure certificate with respect to said notes of the city, and authorizing and or ratifying other actions in connection therewith.
So an official statement is basically your offering document that you use to sell notes and bonds. This is authorizing the offering document related to the notes you're anticipating selling next year to finish the acquisition of the Bayfront site. And you also, as required by securities law, you have to have a continuing disclosure certificate where you must file annually certain events and filings to be in compliance. Otherwise, underwriters can't bid on your notes.
You passed a similar resolution at the last meeting for a different purpose.
Yeah, so you did the
This
first
is what
phase.
puts everything in motion, allows the chief financial officer to do everything.
That's correct.
Only case that this is so nothing wrong with that, but they forgot to attach that officer statement. So we got only two pages.
They were communicated, they're so large, they were communicated electronically by Don Mauer.
But we always had years ago, not years ago, until last year, we always attached that officer statement.
So it's emailed.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
the
should be
officer
attached,
statement
yeah.
should have attached there.
It's online and it was emailed.
Right.
Yeah, I asked them to send the email, but before we ask, I think attachment is very important,
Yeah, no, it is.
It
was
is
sent-
online,
Yeah.
but in sparing the paper, we emailed the actual
Save 7 trees.
So it's not the same trees. The spill, we have to read the documentation, So
Correct.
if it's online, then they should be saved on the bottom, it's whatever statement online is available somewhere,
Okay.
That's all, I got no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Waited all night for that, Dennis, sorry.
I've been authorized to choose between me and
and Steve Miller for who goes next.
Oh, you're gonna be here all night, so, and Steve stays all night, so what's the difference?
Steve got bad.
Really? Come on, Steve, let's just knock off your easy things, okay?
All right, well, first of all, Marty Valenti, Director of Automotive Service, is supposed to come. He wanted me to let you know his son was taken to the hospital, his young son, so he's not here. And secondly, I thought someone from police would be here, because most of this is police vehicles, and they're not.
They're busy getting
So,
promoted.
we can get started. If there's questions I can't answer, we'll get them tomorrow from them. Starting
All right,
with 10Z.
10Z is a resolution. We've been looking for this resolution for 3 consecutive meetings. It finally was found. It's the delivery of a Ford F-350 vehicle under state contract for the Department of Public Safety, Division of Automotive Services. I think it's a typo. It should say Department of Public Works, Division of Automotive Services. But it says that on the reso, so. But my employee didn't get it wrong. All right, the next is increasing the amount of monies to F&S Tire Corp for delivering various tires. We're buying them unit priced and we need more tires. Z2
Questions?
is buying an Altec aerial lift through the consortium of the Educational Service Commission of New Jersey for the Department of Public Works, Division of Parks and Forestry.
What's the deal with the current aerial lift, or is this an extra one?
This is the second one to the second crew of workers.
Do we have the staffing? Like, so when
We had some staffing and they're supposed to get some additional ones when this gets in. This is to do more trees.
To be a little clearer, so like, if
Okay.
we buy this second lift,
Yes,
will we have the staff?
yes,
We will, okay.
yes.
I have like 50 trees for my constituents.
That's why we have additional
So you do
requests
too.
coming in and
As long as
we
they have
I just wanna make sure we have the staff, I don't wanna
Yeah.
buy this and have it sit in the.
As long as they're not in
Okay,
the
you got
backyard,
it.
we can cover. All right, Z3, Mid-Atlantic Truck Center for the delivery of truck chassis for the, through that consortium. for
This is the
Department
other part
Parks.
of the
Pardon?
aerial.
Pardon? Didn't hear you, Steve.
I said this is the other part of the previous resolution. This is the
Okay.
truck that this goes on.
Got
It
you,
happens to be from 2 different vendors,
got you.
okay?
Okay, and then there'll be a marriage.
Right.
Z4, contract with Atlantic Sales and Service for a brush chipper. So we're grinding down all the things we cut down.
Yes.
Okay, Z5, Modern Handling Equipment Company for a Hyundai forklift for Public Works.
Well, before we, Z4, so our chipper is in need of replacement, how many
Our
of these?
chipper is old and needs replacement. They're gonna try and rebuild the old one so that we'll have that in addition to the new one.
So it currently is not operable, is that?
It's currently somewhat operable, not too well.
Somewhat operable?
Somewhat, yes.
And what does that mean if
It
like,
means it's broken a lot,
That means it's undependable.
right?
there's
So
only
they're
the
gonna
one?
try and buy the new one and then try and get the old one repaired as much as
I'm
they
just trying to
can.
think about our priorities on this stuff, that's all.
So, does Steve, then what you say, just when the Councilman James Solomon asked, and what you answer doesn't match together. When you do tree trims, always need chop have to be followed together. You know, so now, we have one chop which is maybe, how many years old, the other one?
1998,
Yeah, 1998.
That's
It's
the
very
previous
old.
resolution, truck chases?
Yes, so now,
So both, so it was a lift and a truck
yeah.
to create a second crew for forestry.
See, he wanna know that even though we buy equipment, we have a manpower to operate it.
Right.
So, and then with
Right.
chopper is, we have 2, if we buy new 2, but one is not, we have time to retire one, then we have only 1 choppers, then we not gonna have 2 units to tree trims, only 1, because they always have the trees and chop have to go together.
Well-
We only want to chop, how are we gonna run for 2 units
When they buy
without one choppers?
when they buy the new one, they can rehab the other and get it done.
I'll get the Parks and Forestry Director. to
Yes,
give you
ask them,
an Answer
okay?
to that.
We don't wanna spend the hundreds and $1,000s, just sit on that there and keep on to in the back somewhere.
So are we removing this from the agenda?
No, I'll get a response.
You're gonna get the
tomorrow.
response? Oh,
Can you
okay.
ask, like, Sammy or Pat, I mean, just, what's the plan, like, how did, like,
Sure.
like, to kind of brothers, or, like, you know, I get an enormous amount of tree trimming requests
Yeah.
that are not responded to quickly, and we only prioritize emergencies, and so if this spend is really gonna give us, it's gonna double our capacity, that's huge, but like, we need to know that there's an actual plan in place, and we're not just buying equipment that's gonna sit, you know, in the warehouse and not be
I
used.
agree.
Yeah.
Do we need to remove this and take this up at the next caucus?
Yeah.
I mean, let's see what Sandy says, but like,
And
let's.
lose a
I
month?
mean, we're gonna have quite a bit tomorrow.
We are,
Just-
no,
just,
this is
uh,
great, we're voting on it at 6:30.
I mean, I know that, so my point is, I don't know that it'll get the attention it deserves,
Okay.
and maybe we should just remove it.
Then you lose a
And
month.
let
Then you
people,
lose
and
the
let
time
let
of
the
getting
administration
the
know
chip.
that we have to,
But many of
we
the
have our
trees have to be
priorities.
pruned, many of the trees have to be pruned in the winter when they
Right.
like
When
lost
the
their
leaves have
leaves
dropped
and what
off,
have you. So,
I mean, I would be, let's just discuss this maybe at 5:30 tomorrow, let's see what they say. Because we need it, but we also need a plan.
Pat should be here.
I know, but they need a plan, like, you know, it's a
Okay,
lot of
he
money.
wasn't
and there needs to be
available
a plan.
tonight.
I understand, but just
We can
make
try and do that.
just let him know if he doesn't have an explanation, it's getting pulled.
So Steve,
You
when you
lose
say you
a
gotta
month.
be careful.
All right.
okay, Z5,
That's modern handling for Hyundai forklift through the cooperative.
so who's using this forklift?
This
DPW?
is to get to the upper shelves in automotive's garage as well as sharing it with OEM
And we don't have a
so they
forklift?
can reach the highest areas.
Do we have a forklift like this or not?
This is a new one that they're requesting from capital money.
Is it replacing or is it,
I don't think this is replacing it. I think this is a brand new one.
so we don't currently have, and so we have things on high shelves that we're not able to get to, is that?
How'd they get up there?
Yeah.
That's my understanding. I'll double check on this with Marty as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask, like,
Yeah.
again, tomorrow is like, gonna be a crazy day rather than kind of just blindly proving things.
Yeah,
I'd
good
rather
thing we're
we-
having it on Tuesday, because we're gonna be here till Thanksgiving anyway.
Yep, it's gonna be a long one, so.
I gotta cook a turkey.
Last year I left
We
dressed
could- We
for
could
my
start it
husband.
while we're doing the meeting, it's,
Just order it.
we run our clock on it.
No, they don't like order food for holidays
Okay,
like that.
folks, 10Z6. It's, go ahead.
National Auto Fleet for one GMC Canyon vehicle.
We got 28 people.
I'm wondering if that is a typo. Is that in the, Canyon vehicle?
Canyon is the model
Okay,
of the
never heard
vehicle
of it.
according to Marty, and this is for parking enforcement so they can do the additional staffing that they have for the evening stuff. They need a vehicle.
You don't have vehicles for the evening.
Well, this is another one for them. This is a new one from their capital money.
And so we have bigger staff in the evening, is that why? Like we have like too much staff that they can't have enough vehicles for everybody? I'm a little incredulous.
Yeah, no, if you remember, we added parking enforcement 24 hours
I
a
do.
day, so they need another.
But you're saying that you need another truck because then there's more staff in the evening because the number of vehicles you have during the day are servicing a certain number of staff. I don't know what the number is, but then the evening staff that comes in, you're saying they don't have enough vehicles because they have more employees in the evening than they do during the day, and so they need a vehicle during the evening. Sounding a little.
The fact sheet says currently there's no plow and spreader assembly for employees. Have to manually take the salt off the back of the truck. So this is basically for that purpose on the fact sheet.
Didn't we approve recently a specific like snowplow for parking enforcement already? Like,
Yes, we
I think,
did.
So it's the second one? And in which case, like, this is where we're getting a little more information, like what's the plan? right?
Right.
As opposed to like one
It's a
truck
lot
in
of
October
vehicles
and
that
one
they
truck in November.
Well, this will have to contact, Amir and
Yeah,
Trudy
yeah.
for that,
That's,
you know.
what's,
Okay.
I mean, I know obviously snow is coming, so, but like,
Just look at the,
we just need.
The next one, I'm not even going to say what we're buying, except that we're buying 11 vehicles for the Department of Public Safety. And
Can I?
They're not,
Council,
let's just leave it at that. We're
Council-
buying 11 vehicles for the
yes, we
Department of
shouldn't say
Public
much
Safety.
more than that.
yeah, Council President, G7 actually 11 vehicles,
Yep, don't
Z-
identify any.
Z9 20 vehicle,
Right.
and Z10 6 vehicle. Totally they buy 40 some. I like to know,
Why?
36 or 42 vehicle they purchased that. How many vehicle for the patrol? How many people for personal use? Can't you give us some break? Other than the
I
forgetting
think
about it.
Marty
Can you?
Valenti
No
at the last
information on
meeting
that from the
told you what
police.
they were patching together. I mean, some of the police cars have incredible amounts of miles. They're driven very rough,
Yes, we
and
know
they
that.
run 24 hours a day.
But we wish you 42 vehicle all petrol, we understand. But can't you explain to us? 1136, 6 or 42 vehicle.
Marty did at the last meeting.
I've repeatedly asked for a vehicle replacement plan and like,
Yeah.
I mean, the challenge is there's no context around it, because at the last, like, he didn't say at the last meeting, and next meeting you're gonna get another 12 meetings.
I know.
So we don't have any sense of what the scope and the scale is, and probably saves us any money. to
Steve's
replace
in a
old
bad
vehicles.
spot because
Understood.
he's,
Right, Marty didn't make it here,
Right.
understood, he has
he's
personal.
pinch hitting and
Well, this is actually more police than Marty,
Sure.
but basically, all Marty told me was
so
all
that's really
these
Brian
new
who needs to
vehicles
decide.
are replacing old vehicles, and the oldest vehicles then would be put into scrap and auctioned off as scrap metal. Which ones they're going to, that's a police question.
Right,
that
but the
we can't
consequence-
answer anyway.
Point is, I mean, you can actually save money by buying these vehicles over time, replacing really old bad ones, but we don't have a plan, we don't know what we're doing.
Right. We also didn't have money up until now. Marty managed to find funds from a special fund the police have to buy these as opposed to the capital budget or the operating budget.
I don't think anyone wants to vote against police vehicles, and we know the need for that, but like, there needs to be more information, and so,
Yes, so in other words, Steve, when you go back, it's not up to you, so go back. Z7, they're gonna buy 11 car. Z9, they're gonna buy 25 car.
Right.
Z10, 6 car from the same vendors. They call National Joint Powers Alliance. So we like to know, when you buy 42 car, how many car is a police patrol car? How many cars were pickup truck? How many? We like some more detailed information.
did you look at prices elsewhere? like,
Right,
just
that's why
things like that,
are
like,
we getting the best buy? I mean, with all these cars, we should be getting a very big discount.
When you buy 42 car, yes. All right, Steve?
Yes.
All right, good. Thank you very
I will
much.
contact Marty and the police to get some more information for these.
See, we almost spent $1 million, you know what I'm saying?
a lot of money. And we've got a little bit of a fiscal issue going on, right? So. All right.
So, yeah, when you
All done there?
Yeah, Council President, when you spend the $1 million just purchase vehicle, we should know what's there, you know.
we're not,
It's not
Great.
we're not done. Z8 buying a Chevrolet Tahoe for the Department of Public Safety through the consortium.
Yeah, same issues,
Same question.
same questions. Same thing.
Z9 National Auto for 25. These are gonna be marked vehicles.
Yeah. Same questions.
Z10, 6 2019 vehicles for the Department of Public Safety.
That's still the same thing.
And by the way, my car completely broke down. And I'm told that there are no replacements and that nothing's available.
Yeah.
I've gone through the car issue before with this
Why don't we
administration.
just ask either Director Shane or obviously, what's his name? Marty's son is pretty sick, so you know he's probably not going to be here. But maybe somebody from public safety can come tomorrow, and we could just ask them.
Ask Tawana, she deals with
This was
this.
signed off by
Tawana, yeah.
Tawana, the director, or Bill O'Donnell, who's.
Right.
I'm just gonna reiterate the same thing I said about the other ones before that. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy, but I mean, folks can certainly, I think it might get lost in the whole shuffle there, and I can certainly try.
And I mean, the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't want to entertain the thought of maybe tabling something like this with the fleet, as bad as it is. We want to make sure that we have equipment, so why not have somebody from the public safety department here tomorrow just to explain it?
Even, the former director, Hector Ortiz would know, might be in a good position to, he only left the position, short time ago, relatively short time ago.
I mean, any of you guys can go to DPW and actually see the fleet there and see, what type of vehicles they have that
I'll
are
reach
down.
out to them as well. The last one, Z11, is.
Z11 is for the, Meals on Wheels for the health department. Ms. Flanagan alluded to that prior to leaving, so that's probably a safe one.
This is an additional Meals on Wheels vehicle, and part of the money is coming from a grant from the Conservation Fund.
Okay. Did we talk about Z13, this housing element? Okay. All right, I didn't make a mark next to it, and I thought maybe I was daydreaming and missed it.
She did 14, but not 13.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Steve.
Council President, did you want to do something tomorrow prior to the meeting?
Do
You had
what?
mentioned come at 5:30 with somebody from police, or no?
Whoever can answer the our question, that's what we need to do.
I think in writing is going to be better.
In writing? Okay.
Yeah, they can just, an email
that's
would
fine.
be great, yeah.
The more details that are,
Okay.
tree planting,
The tree planting and the vehicles, please.
tree trimming.
Okay.
Oh, we done?
No, we gotta go through.
Oh,
No,
No, we're not done. We've got the entire agenda.
Top.
oh, okay.
But actually, before that, we got 10V.
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 10V is an award to Diligent Corporation for a product called iCompass, which is agenda and meeting management software for the council and clerk. Basically, what it does, it automates the whole process from document prep, creates workflows so that the documents will flow from the originator to the law department, whoever else needs to review it, then to the agenda meeting, where the agenda is created, and then, through the voting process, either voice vote or online voting. Also manages boards and commissions, vacancies, tracks the terms, applicant information. They've prepared an online video, which I emailed to you, the link to you all this morning. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. It's 18 minutes long, so I can play it for you here so you can see it, or the account rep is waiting to go online, and she can do a brief demo if you'd prefer that.
Council members?
I prefer that, because I'm telling you the truth, I couldn't sit through 18 minutes right now.
Okay.
To be honest.
All right.
Okay.
If you have something else,
Could you just make sure, could you resend it to me? By my email, please, I would appreciate it. The only reason why, because after a while, our brain shuts down, we ain't glad, to be honest. And I really want to focus on exactly what you're talking about.
You need a little bit of time, John? Or
yeah, a couple minutes. Got a
Couple of minutes?
dialer.
Okay.
All right, let me take it from the top,
Yeah.
and then,
No, let me ask something else, because it's tied to this.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking to introduce another late item. You drafted this, or John Halloran did. And I actually haven't had a chance to review it. John drafted it, so but I'd like to get it on the agenda and ask for your consideration.
I'm tired.
There's a reason why, and so Robert, this is why I said you'd probably be mad at me tonight, but this is changing the rules of order. And basically lengthening the time between the time that the agenda is published and the time that the council meeting happens. So it would essentially change it so that meetings, when the agenda meeting and the date of the agenda meeting, between that time and the time that we have our council caucus, there'll be a full week. There'll be, so ultimately, if it's sunshine and information's available to the public the day after the agenda meeting, as is normally the case, then we'll have almost a full week for the public to review and ourselves to review going into the caucus meeting. And then after the caucus meeting, we'd have a full week up until the council meeting. So when we have this meeting, we have questions, and we need to get them answered, we'll have a full week to do that. I say that it's tied to this because when you do these sort of systems, these automated systems, electronic systems, dates and deadlines are kind of set up into the system. Is that correct? Right? As to like when things will have to be due and be available in terms of documents and so forth. And so I thought if we were going to do this, try to get this in before this thing goes live, and as well as before the next year's calendar gets set, so that we can set the caucus meetings for next year as well, with this in mind. So that's basically the gist of it. I had tried to, you'll see where, again, strike-throughs and our removals of language and underlines our new information.
I just want to try to understand this. Some towns do this, they have what they call a workshop meeting, and then it's 7 days later they have the votes. Is that what you're proposing?
I don't know what a workshop meeting is, but I'm just proposing 7 days between caucus and this meeting and the council meeting where we vote.
So we'll be meeting every week?
There will be a meeting every week, yes. As a result.
What do you mean a meeting every week?
Meeting every week, one caucus, the following week a meeting, following week a caucus, following week a meeting.
But second and fourth Monday.
Am I understanding it right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at it for the first time.
It's a meeting every week, but it doesn't increase the number of meetings, right? You still have a caucus meeting. Instead of a caucus meeting on a Monday, you have a caucus meeting on the Wednesday before, a full week before.
So can I just make sure that, if
So
it's
it would be one meeting a week as opposed to 2 meetings every 2 weeks.
That's what he's,
That's
that's what
what
he's
it-
saying.
But,
Yes, something to that effect. I mean, it's like second
You're
and fourth
obligating
Wednesday.
yourself to a meeting a week.
Yeah.
Which
Oh, I
is,
see. Oh.
you know, when we have a back-to-back, it's like, it's murder.
Yeah, I know, it gives me a full week, but then I know some of us serve other boards and stuff. That's what I just thought about, some of us serve other boards, so that might conflict with us, with the boards we serve, so I don't know.
When is your board?
Like, I
The
have.
planning board?
Well, planning board is always on Tuesday, all right? But then sometime the arts, they do that Monday, they do it Monday.
You do on Wednesday?
On Monday,
Yeah, like no more Monday meetings.
no more Mondays.
It's just Wednesdays.
Just Wednesday, so everything will come on that Wednesday.
On Wednesdays, yeah.
Everything on a Wednesday.
For tomorrow?
I'd like to add it as a first reading for tomorrow, so we can get this passed before the end of the month. Obviously, if we need to amend it. Look, I'm amenable, just like with the other stuff I put out there. And I'm not dropping, I just learned about, when this was on the agenda, I realized in terms of timing and things like that we should try to get this done. I've been talking about it. By next meeting, I'm sure Robert will put out the calendar for the council on this stuff. And
Yeah, in fact, I intended to do it this
for
meeting.
this meeting, I'm sure you did, yeah. And so if we're going to change it, make changes to it, then he has to be able to put that into the calendar, and then we ultimately will approve and publish in some way. Look, I'm just looking for more time. I think folks have generally expressed that there's not enough time between meetings, and the public would like more time, I think, to be able to review materials. This tool will allow people to get access to more information and be able to pull down individual ordinances and resolutions and things of that nature, as opposed to entire. We'll have to talk after, Bob. So, but making this sort of change with this will truly, I think, expand kind of public participation and engagement in that sense. Access. Okay?
You ready?
Yep.
Michelle?
Yes, hi. It's the
Robert Byrne, City Clerk, City Council, John Mercer. So we've had a long night, and the council has opted to hear you describe what we're embarking on.
Hold on, Robert.
We're having a presentation at 10?
We are, yes.
This will be very short.
That's what I said.
Michelle, I've given them the.
Oh, you want to watch it on your time? I think
That's what I was
said.
saying,
Okay.
right? But I don't know,
I think
maybe
he
it's somebody
misunderstood
that's
you.
gonna watch it, then fine.
This is not the 18-minute long
Oh,
pre-recorded
okay.
demo. You all have that in your email.
Oh, okay.
This is just so Michelle can sort of give you a quick overview, and if you have any specific questions.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Michelle, why don't you start?
Wonderful, thank you. I know it's been a long night. I will keep it, I'll try to keep it 5-10 minutes tops. And really I want to leave questions or time for questions. But just to give you an idea of what this looks like from a public standpoint and then how this would be accessed from a council member's view. This is the city of Shawnee, but every site looks completely different. It matches the look and the feel of what you're doing, but it gives the community, it gives our internal folks access to be able to find anything from meetings to ordinances. It helps us track board applications, and really right here is one of the big and most powerful pieces is the search. What this is doing is whether I'm looking for something specific or something real general, this will drill down and go across everything from meeting materials to ordinances and resolutions, both archived and upcoming. And then the last thing I want to show you, and then I'll open this up for questions, is from a viewpoint of an electronic device. What we're looking at here is the split screen, and what this allows for us to do is be able to see the full packet in a very short, abbreviated, navigated way. And what I mean by navigated is I've got my full agenda here to the left, all of my material is here on the right, and then if I want to go and take notes, we've got a note-taking tool that's built in to really act and reflect as if we were taking handwritten notes, but I can go back and I can search those notes. So you'll see here I've got a pencil, I can choose color, I can use my finger, I could use a stylist, but again, if I ever want to go back and find my notes, I can do that easily with a search, and I have the ability to be able to use this on and offline. So this is a tool that you can take with you wherever you go. The public has access to this information, and of course you can get the information up and available much faster from the back-end solution. But that's all I've got. Everything else is included in the demo, but I wanted to give everybody the opportunity to ask questions where they felt like they needed some clarity.
This is Councilperson Solomon. Just a question maybe for you, maybe for John. I'm not 100% sure, and excuse my ignorance, but how will this kind of work with the existing website that I guess we paid a reasonable amount of money for?
Well, basically, if you're familiar with how we do the public bids, with BidSync, it's called an iframe. It's just a snippet of code, and it'll be adjusted. So when you go to our website, you'll see a page for council agenda, but what you'll be seeing is the iCompass application.
When we did the city website, were they supposed to do some version of this, or what were they supposed to do?
Well, we didn't have an application like this when they did the website. So all they did was copy the existing functionality from the old website, when it was just the PDF lists of everything. This will be much more sophisticated, much more transparent. The public will have greater access. They'll be able to click on the agenda instead of searching. If someone is interested in the Morris Canal, instead of having to comb through the entire, look at the agenda, find the reso number, then go over and find the reso file and pull it up by name, they can just type in Morris Canal, and everything that has a Morris Canal, reso, ordinance, claims will all pop up, and then the user can just select from those. So will be a lot more powerful than what we have now.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to search, do a word search function throughout the ordinances and resolutions will make a huge difference. You can find things for public.
Right. Also, it will sync up with the YouTube videos of the council meetings. So if someone is just interested in the Morris Canal resolution, they'll be able to click on that and go to the point on the video where that item is being discussed. So again, they won't have to, hunt and peck.
Listen to Mr. Pulaski.
Or go through the whole thing and try and find it. So, very, very powerful, very sophisticated tools. It'll also eliminate things like, where's this reso supposed to be? Who's got it? You'll know from the workflow who's working on it, who the last person was, where it's supposed to go. Late items, instead of Robert having to bring in a stack of papers of replacement or new items, when they're approved for the meeting, it's just a click and it goes right to, each individual council person and to the public as well.
Seems like a good system. I just thought we spent
We did look at, how many, John?
We look at 4. They ranged in price from $8,000 a year. It's a subscription model, from $8,000 a year up to $72,000. The two at the opposite ends, one was deemed a little too complex, and certainly for the money. The one at the low end was judged to would not adequately meet our needs, and there were 2 in the middle. Caucus, which is $27,950 a year, and the other was a company called PrimeGov, which is about $40,000 a year. PrimeGov is a relatively new company, and they only have 1 U.S. customer, and that customer is not live yet.
This is.
Sorry, I might have missed it.
Unanimous, amongst all the folks involved, this was the unanimous choice.
But
We had an ECC alone.
I wasn't deeply involved in it. I had different opinions.
I know you came to a meeting, I know
I came
you
to
came
one.
to one.
About
Yes.
11.
11.
That was enough
The
for you.
department clerk, council, administration, HEDC.
Did you guys use a scoring rubric?
Well, we didn't have an actual rubric because this came in under the bid threshold.
Okay.
I mean, which council members participated?
I'm sorry, what?
Which council members?
I participated in one meeting, and Marlene participated as the council administrator. So, let me ask you though, when was the start date you were looking to roll this out? I'm sorry if I missed that.
We're ambitious, January 1st.
So I mean, we went into this, the very first meeting, and I expressed my grave reservations about doing a January 1st rollout and trying to train people to execute this during the holidays and everything, and I still stand by that. And I don't necessarily have any problem with this particular, I wasn't privy to that meeting on this platform, and I trust Marlene on that, but if folks wanted to evaluate it for themselves and take it for a ride, I would encourage you to do that, and maybe I should have asked somebody else to sit in on these meetings instead of myself.
Yeah, I encourage you to look at the demo. The only caveat is it's not going to look exactly like Jersey City's, but when we go to the implementation phase, it will be tailored to look like our resolutions, our ordinances, our agenda. So, it'll be very familiar, but of course it'll all be online instead of paper. Although if you still want paper, you can certainly print out the copies you need.
So printed by us or city?
Right.
Yes, by you, if you want paper.
So now, time out. So
Right.
Stop here.
Stop right there.
We're gonna use the most of this, program, the council members, and actual council members not involved. So I'm not feel comfortable, and except this is one of the it have to be something at a time, because the bring up from paper to digital, it takes time to use with that.
Oh, absolutely.
So now, instead of due date to January 1st, let's try to demo it ourselves first. And I know they don't have how many months? They have 6 months warranty, anytime we can cancel it. But instead of do that, give us a couple of months to more use with that.
Well, yeah, and we
So
certainly.
what device do we use it on?
Any device. You can use it on a PC, laptop, tablet.
Then let me ask this one.
Okay.
The city gonna provide
That's right, with the city
computer
provide.
at the chamber room
Yes.
and here,
Yeah,
they're gonna provide all the computer too.
right. And again,
Each council person will be assigned a device.
yeah, January 1st was an ambitious goal when we first started the process, but, it doesn't have to be rolled out where, January 1st comes, it's not gonna be cold turkey, no more paper. We can certainly work with the company, to phase it in, because we want everyone to be comfortable with it.
I'm just curious, will this work something like the state, like when they vote? Will they have a machine and we just press the vote?
There's no more order.
Yes.
Yes,
You
you
can do that?
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
great.
goal,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I can get with that.
Everybody will get to vote simultaneously, essentially. So there's no like strategic planning of like when your vote is and
Right.
things like that.
It's just the vote, yeah.
Just cast your vote.
Don't go right away, don't do that next week, and do that tomorrow, don't do that.
It also manages all your boards and commissions, and so it's.
It's gonna help our office tremendously.
Could we go through this, because I know there's a ordinance that I have to produce, but I gotta give out turkeys too, so.
Council President, this is a major
People are
change.
waiting for turkeys.
I want to rush too much, you know what I'm saying?
So you want to hold off?
Yes, hold, please, and let's.
Yes, could we hold off?
Yes, we try first, okay? Yeah, I
Let
think
us
that's.
try.
Everybody should get to take a ride on
Let
it.
us try it and then.
Then try it out.
You got us on a bad night, we've been here for 4 hours, and our council is tired, and perhaps if we had less of an agenda, we could delve into this more, but it seems like this is going to be pushed to at least the December meeting, okay?
Michelle?
Okay.
What
Yeah,
we can do, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, and maybe we can work on setting up the sandbox environment for the council people,
Sure.
so they can.
Give us some time.
So you can play in the sandbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, play
Great.
okay?
Oh, God.
Okay.
That's
Two
cute.
times a little
Even
busy.
this one is going
It was
to.
payroll tax and other stuff like that.
You know, when you have but did you notice that if you have like 1,000
Part-time
pages,
council people.
scroll from the
We don't
computer?
get aides or student interns, so. Okay, before, we're done, let's let Michelle go.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Michelle.
Michelle. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sorry to keep you up
Thank
so
you.
late.
Have a good evening.
I'll let you know.
All right.
This one is
Folks, before we do the total agenda,
school to find out.
before we get to the agenda from the top, and just for the record,
Just like this.
folks, council people,
Yeah, go ahead.
can I have your attention?
Yep.
So I just want to point out that I sent you an email about all of you have asked me at some point about the council aides, student interns, and what student assistants and what's going on there. They're all sitting in, if you have somebody you've submitted a status form for, or somebody else has, they're all sitting in the administration's office. Specifically, maybe you can give me clarification on this, John. Joanne Rosa, Robert?
Who is it? He's somebody.
No, I'm sorry, it's Emily Waller, which is the mayor's office. She's the first needs to sign person, right? So that's the mayor's office. And they haven't moved, and I'll say one of these was submitted on initially November 1st, another one submitted October 16th, a third one on November 14th, and a fourth one on November 14th as well.
Those were all resends.
Yeah, those are resends. The ones for Sheena Johnson was a resend where Marlene changed it because the original salary that was submitted was $32,700 based on the ordinance we passed, but there's some dispute as to the legality of that and whether we can do that. So she reverted it back to $15,000, as well as my submission for my new aide, Talita Elizeu. And all of them are currently sitting with Emily's Waller at the mayor's office, and I did send that email, and I let you know that we were told that we were warned not to have anybody working who's hasn't been, status forms haven't been approved. I let them know that there is absolutely zero reason to hold up any of these hires, to hold up the hiring of a $15,000 a year aide, less than minimum wage, and to hold up student interns who are or struggling students, as I said in my email, $15 an hour at 20 hours or less a week. And then in fact, it's unconscionable that they would do that, right? So
I gotta be honest too, like, we'll talk to the administration about the budget that they're proposing in the change orders, but they're adding $1 million to the police salary. They've promoted more police officers than we have in the city without talking to a single one about us. When we had the budget meeting with public safety, they were not upfront about what they intended to do. And then they're literally forcing people to make minimum wage, less than minimum wage. And then every department gets interns and staff. And I think as a council, we've got to send a clear message that that's, it's
the fairness of it.
and we don't want to make it all about ourselves. We're a branch of government. We're trying to do work. Think about all the things none of us can accomplish because we don't have to do it. And the fact that the administration would be so petty and so sort of misguided and
I got a response that said it was a civil service issue.
It's just, it's absurd.
Yeah.
So,
And so, I just think we have to send a clear message that, we don't want to harm the city, but,
Added to what the James Solomon, the council to say there. First thing is what we pay $15,000 for aid, actually violating federal law. But based on federal law, when you have a salary, I think that minimum have to pay $24,000 a year. But we below the actually federal guideline. That's a serious problem. Doesn't matter what the states just say, still we violate federal law. So that's the one thing. Second thing is 2018, when you talk about budget, we actually, city council put $80,000 set aside to hire, not just interns for high school or college kids. We can hire general people. That's why we allocate $80,000. But now, all those we set aside is not so good idea, council president. Make a city council, city chamber, how many people you need to make a quorum?
How many do we need for quorum?
Yeah.
5.
5? There are 4 people not showing next week, to tomorrow.
That's true.
Let them feel it. Oh, too much tomorrow? Too much is tomorrow. Tomorrow is too much. Then December, 4 council people not show up to show to them and 007. 007.
Not December, please, Michael.
No,
Come on, let's
December,
not-
all right, it's January, okay.
Let's continue.
Okay, so 007 and the wall, business administration, so you sit on there, tell the mayor, what we asking is not something we ask something special. We asking something we deserve to have. And Councilman James Solomon said that they have all the promotion, there's mayor's office that keep hired all the internship, and then you know what? That city hire more than 200 employees more than 2013, if I'm correct. And the city council actually see that the road of work, and we cannot even have part-time assistant aid. That's wrong. So, but anyhow, council president, nobody from the mayor's office, except the king. You want to tell the mayor?
Hey, Keith is here.
Keith is here? Can't you sit on the chair, hot chairs? Answer us then. No, you don't want to do
You
that?
can't answer for the mayor.
That's true.
You can't put him in that spot. Don't
But so then who's going to send the message to
Mayor has to
mayor?
answer for himself.
No, this is serious.
The BA would be representing the mayor.
I've already communicated directly to the mayor via email.
The mayor has to answer for himself. Why put
I've
anybody else
connected-
in that position?
Yeah,
So we're going to give to time to mayor 24 hours notice. We'll see. Right? Too much?
That's too much.
All right, so we do some more.
Okay? All right, we gotta move on.
All right.
Let's go from the top, Robert.
All right, really, the top starts at 3D, an ordinance, amending an ordinance which conveyed property to the JCRA to remove the park.
We did
We
that.
did? Oh, great, then we're done with all of the ordinances except for H, which requires residency in the city of Jersey City for police candidates, 2 years, police and fire, for at least 2 years prior to taking the examination.
It's okay to do that?
Yep,
But let me ask you this one.
go ahead.
And even though now is a current 1 year, right?
No, it's currently,
Current
It's
1
not.
year.
there is, I don't think there is one
It's not.
now,
It's
but
not
they
like
do start the process of vetting them, so of course, they have to find
This is
them
from
at the
Councilperson
addresses.
Waterman.
Even though
But
without
it's
it.
1 year, you're thinking of the 1 year they have to remain in Jersey
City,
City
that's what
after
you
they're
remember.
Okay.
appointed. That's what you're thinking.
Now, this is 2 years before they go.
This is
They have
great.
to have,
So even 1 year, we have a problem reaching the people.
Yeah.
Not enough people to apply. But
This is
if we
great.
put you 2 years, we're gonna have a tough time.
You gotta do something. The fire department. is
I mean,
very-
fire department, police department, even though we put you 1 years,
No,
we are hard to recruit the people from Jersey City, but if you're 2 years, even higher.
We have a hard time recruiting people from Jersey City?
Yeah, even 1 year.
Based on what? I'm
On
not-
what?
So police at the fire, that's what I heard that.
no,
Nah,
no,
not true.
that's not true.
No, it's
That's
actually
not-
the opposite.
Right.
They're concerned that the Jersey
Right.
City residents are not getting the consideration they
Deserved.
as opposed to people just coming in.
Oh,
and-
just
That's
moving there to
right.
pay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right,
some alumni, some
Okay.
people come back to town and
Right,
okay, all right.
for the job. And
for the job, and that's it.
All right.
Councilwoman, I think it's a great ordinance. You have my full support.
Thank you.
Let me think about it.
I don't care.
Let's go on, second readings.
Who care about you, you don't care?
I don't care. I don't, this was a whole year's work. Because I didn't have, you
Anything
know,
on the-
I only have 1A. I only have 1A, so it took a whole year
All
to
right,
do
can we
this.
do the resolutions from the top?
And she's only
Okay,
part-time.
folks, we're moving on.
You better believe it.
Resolution
Moving on.
from the top, please.
Keep the rate.
Well, if anyone's interested, the Chiefs and the Rams are tied 23-23 at the half. 10A is a resolution authorizing appropriation transfers.
Who's explaining this?
Metro?
Metropolitan was here.
Okay, let's move on. So
B
let's get to
is
10B.
authorizing us to accept a
Grants.
grant and appropriate the grant. C, we did with Mr. Enright, who must have a sore bottom. D, our annual acceptance of the best practices inventory questionnaire. E, Council President, I don't know what your desire is on this. It was smack in the middle of a group of resolutions before we got your message that you wanted to postpone it.
Yeah, we're missing the agreement, aren't we?
Maybe just the whereas.
Yeah. I mean, the signing's not in January, so we can postpone this till.
So it'll be withdrawn.
Yeah,
Which one?
it's another sister city.
Okay.
Okay, E is recognizing the 100th anniversary of this has to be the Ukrainian, we have a misspelling there. National Home, that's on Fleet Street. Many a racket,
Okay.
as they said, was held there. G is a resolution sponsored by Councilperson Prinzari, a resolution of the Municipal Council recognizing November 24th as Small Business Saturday. Shop Jersey City, buy local, and supporting efforts to increase awareness of the value of locally owned small business.
Yeah, you can grab his
Printed it
notes.
up for you.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. We're all the way to P, and that's enabling an amendment to the grant agreement with the state of New Jersey for Boyd McGinnis expansion parks. We did Q, R, S, and T, all allow all remove restrictions, R removes a restriction from the deed at 252, 254 Princeton Avenue. S and T authorize the BA to execute discharges of mortgages at 1209 Summit Avenue and 592 Ocean Avenue. U is a resolution authorizing a name change of the entity from Michael's Development Company to Jersey City Housing Authority, who was previously awarded Affordable Housing Trust Fund for Glenview Phase 2 project at 296 Woodward Street.
So even just in the name change, or they have the shareholder change? You know, the name can be changed, but we don't want the shareholder change.
Should have asked Carmen.
She wouldn't know this. It's
You know, it's a big difference.
email.
So
Can you
another way
explain this?
they can transfer their ownership by shareholders change, so we're gonna make sure that,
I'll get it answered.
you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's just corporation change, then
Okay.
it's one thing, but if they have shareholder change, then different things,
V looks like it's being withdrawn.
Yes.
W is withdrawn by the author. I was advised by Mr. McKinney that we needed to withdraw this. X is an emergency contract to Foley Power System for emergency repairs to Marine One vessel for the Department of Public Safety, Division of Fire. Y is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Firefighter One LLC for the purchase and delivery of water rescue equipment under state contract. Z1 through Z11, or actually 12 were done. 13 is a contract with Clark Patton Hints to prepare an update to the housing element of the Jersey City's master plan. We did 14 and 15.
Did we do 10Z? I'm sorry.
Yes, we did. We did that with Steve Miller. You're out of the room. Z16 is being withdrawn. It's a nullity. Z17 is appointing Rashad Wright as the first poet laureate of the city of Jersey City. Z18 we did earlier regarding the lead-based paint for Loot Corp. Z19 we're buying furniture for the City Hall Annex from WB Mason.
Why,
Yeah, we bought a lot of furniture.
why are we buying more
Why are we
furniture?
buying more furniture?
I'll find out. Probably moving more offices there.
Sure. In addition, we gave away a lot of furniture, which,
Correct.
was great, but why do we, was that furniture not transferable to?
Right.
We gave away furniture that was given to us from.
Still furniture.
I hear you. I hear you, but. Z20 we talked about earlier. Let's go to the late items. And we'll talk, just mention again. Yes. Oh, sorry. We have to change the battery. The battery power tonight. Boy, we would have made it.
You're almost there.
So what are you handing out?
We can't even plug up anymore, the two became.
Okay, we are on the record again. Z20 we spoke about, that's the PPG Industries and the JCMUA regarding Carter Road Avenue environmental remediation. Mr. Cunha spoke about that. We're going to be adding a resolution to the agenda. Councilperson Waterman is very interested in about 2022 Kennedy Boulevard discharge, execution of a mortgage subordination. That's kind of emergent.
Do we have that?
I was handed it literally on my way up here.
So you'll get us
We'll have
copies.
tomorrow. And you'll get a couple of replacements tomorrow. As the Corporation Council indicated, the ordinance vacating a portion of Washington Street, there was a little bit of language missing, so you'll get the repaired version tomorrow, as you will get the repaired version of the ordinance that Eagle Eye Board caught that said that the block and lots were wrong, and he was indeed correct. So I think that's it.
Okay, we're going back to 10A.
Oh, that's right.
10A.
John.
Hey, John.
Good evening.
Oh, your beard grew since we last saw you.
Okay, you want to explain these transfers to us, John?
So these are some, I do year-end projections at the end of the year. These are potential excess and shortfalls that we have. We do these every year. Some of the larger ones you'll see, we do have grant funding that will offset these, just the timing that the grants come in. So you'll see, for example, the fire grant has already hit, so they had a little surplus. Police are in a deficit, in part actually to police overtime being a little higher than expected, but they'll also get some money to offset grants as well.
So everything in the from column is like under expenditures and You're transferring money.
Yes.
So I think it'd be helpful if you explained the two column and why we're transferring it to those office and accounts.
I mean, these are, I can go off memory, they're based off projections. So we take the amount that's budgeted, the amount that we feel will be at the year end, because we can't end any line item with a deficit at the end of the year. So essentially.
Well, you can.
Well, we have to then charge it the following year as an over expenditure
that's
in the
right.
budget, and it will cause potential credit rating agency issues. So how this happens sometimes is if an employee is transferred from one division to another, essentially their dollars don't go with them at that time because we can't amend the budget between budget adoption and the end year and until this point. So then we transfer those dollars at the end.
Or it happens because of mismanagement of budget, or...
I mean, I don't care about the ones under 50K, but can you go through the ones above and explain, is this the transfer, is this, et cetera, is this overtime, some of these are other expenses, so.
Sure, so let's go to the two columns. So the DPW ones, you'll see significantly the one with sanitation. That's primarily, you'll see the OE kind of offsets it. What happens is every year they put additional dollars in their other expenses in case we need third-party vendors to come in and help us with snow removal. Instead, we did it in-house with some more overtime dollars. So the money was budgeted for snow removal. It's just that instead of using third-party, we went and did it in-house. The HHS ones, in her division, some people are charged a grant, some are not. So if you look at the twos and the froms in HHS, they offset. It was just that somebody was here and then they were moved, or a program was moved due to...
So let me understand the sanitation piece. So the $200,000 in operating expenses, you're saying that was dedicated for snow removal services for outside contractors. And then we're not doing that, and so we're going to use it on overtime for workers to do snow removal.
It was already expended between January and March. When it was
Right. So we're not going to expend it for future snow removal. We're expending it for past snow removal that was already done, which I would say is not necessarily like addressing like a reallocation because things changed and we had a decision made. It's because we overspent overtime for snow removal and didn't budget appropriately for that, and so now we're trying to figure out how to spend that dollar to fill that deficit. That's how I would interpret that. Correct me if I'm wrong. But.
The dollars could have been expended in the OE from contracts, and then we wouldn't have an overtime deficit, essentially.
Got it. I'd like to see that sanitation OE breakdown.
Sure, yeah.
To see what was budgeted for and what was expended in that column.
Sure.
Okay. What else where neighborhood improvement after that?
Yeah, I'll have to get a breakdown of each individual one. These are based solely off.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're looking at the two columns.
Yeah.
So, recreation director's office,
Yeah,
salaries and wages.
Yeah, so that was primarily due to
transfers.
Summer seasonals and transfers.
Can you provide us more definitive information on that?
Sure. And then the OEs on the bottom here, you'll see insurance liabilities. That's kind of a number that we go.
Well, we skipped some big ones. Environmental health, 210,000.
Yeah.
And
so these
police,
are
1 million.
Right. So the HHS accounts are offsetting. It's just that different programs are in different. Some people go from the director's office to a different line. So you'll see that what we took money from and where we put it in the HHS offset.
This is like. Go ahead. Are you it's because of realignment of the organization?
Yeah.
Transferring? You're gonna have, for me, you're gonna have to articulate that and show the assumption
yeah,
here.
I'll contact each director. These are my numbers based off of salary projections that I do. Whatever they're doing internally, whether they transfer an employee or not, that's not my.
Yeah. For my part, and I'm saying this here for the council, is that, and I've said this in past budgets as well, So when you overspend and overtime and things like that, you mismanage the budget, we keep making these transfers and saying that, well, we're gonna hit the deficit for the next year. Well, people aren't managing some people aren't managing their budgets appropriately. And so maybe they need to start the next year with their deficit and figure out how to manage their budgets appropriately and learn the hard way, I guess, on that stuff. So I'd like to have some explanations on some of these things and before kind of approving these transfers myself, and particularly the police one, which is $1 million.
John, especially the $1 million. That's too
So
much.
we'll group some of those dollars with police hiring grants that we just have not received the funds yet. And then there are some overtime expenses.
See, if you then tell us that how much overtime, how much new hire, how much was a promotion, because I think I'm here Jersey City many years, 40 years, I never see that congrats for them, you know what I'm saying, but there's so much promotion in my life in the government, and especially public safety, I never saw it. I mean, it seems like they have more supervised than actual police officer, So we should have a look into the whole their organization now. We feel very uncomfortable, and especially overtime. We always put all those kind of things considered, but now short another $1 million, then we gotta start scratch our head. You know what I'm saying?
You're the budget guy, I know, but my understanding was the reason we paid $15 million in retiree costs was because all the top salaries in the department retired. So we should be seeing a big savings in our police salary information, right?
Yeah, I mean,
And I don't mean to put you on, as a council member, I see all these police promotions, there's another one scheduled for tomorrow. I'd like to know how much more in salary and wages we've spent on these police promotions simply this year, let alone how much that commits us to in 2019, 2020, and 21.
Agreed.
That's the truth, though.
So,
The police need to.
So, I mean, I can give you guys as much analytical data as you guys would desire, as far as departmental operations.
Right. They
On
need
the
to
outside
answer.
looking in, just like, when we
You
have
can't answer it,
when we have a
John, but they need
liability
to.
for a salary and wage, the way it's processed is it automatically, it'll
$1
force
million
it.
is 1% of their budget, less than 1% of their budget, right, John?
I mean, they do have a point. If they want to see the data, they can see the data. But as far as
No, I'm just
whether or not, an employee should have been transferred or shouldn't have, or someone should have worked overtime, I mean, that'll be a 2019 budget request where we go with a fine tooth comb.
See,
We have the directives here.
John, the city clerk will say that less than 1%. We not talk about the percentage. We talk a dollar amount. $1 million, still $1 million. You understand? So, John, your
I'm
job.
not justifying it.
Yeah, I know, John. Some answer you cannot do the above your pay degree. So I'm not going to say anything, but you have to understand. We put in the budget, City Council 2018. We allocated $80,000 for our assistant aide. Still, that didn't go nowhere.
Right.
But they're willing to spend another $1 million for overtime here and there. Come on. If they want to print their budget the way they're looking for, then they should work what we printed our aid or whatever we printed our budget for that.
So what are the consequences of us rejecting this ordinance, this resolution, either withdrawal or if we all vote it down?
So these are just I tried to do it just in one shot instead of bringing the council every time. I tried to do it at this point. This way we have one more meeting in December if we want to reconsider or change, But it's based on my projections, and if a salary and wage or OE line item goes into the red for the year, it's not necessarily reflective on the department. That next year when I structure the budget, we have an appropriation in that amount to offset taxes. So it doesn't go against. So just to give you an example, if we decided not to fund the police the $1 million, right? In the unclassified section of the budget next year, you'll see a line item for over expenditure of $1 million, and that's charged right against the tax rate.
Okay, so it goes outside of the department.
It's a liability.
But don't we base our, because we don't do the budget until halfway through the year, so don't we base the budgets in January, in the first half of the year
what I do is, when we do a temporary budget, it's 26% of the prior year's. And then we essentially, I don't like to say the word, but pay as we go.
Right.
So what I could do is, on every resolution that we do after the 26%, show you what the appropriation
I
is.
mean, just my personal views, I don't feel comfortable with clearly the police salary increases have been discussed with us. We should have a mass savings that we can put in our surplus to pay off the $15 million that we're going to pay in bonds. So I don't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, we have one more meeting if you guys want to.
Table it.
Don't, I just.
Could we?
Withdraw it.
Yeah.
It just runs a situation, I just want to provide
Yeah.
it just runs a situation that if something doesn't get passed in December, we do have a liability moving into the next year.
Well,
I just wanted to make it
whoever calls that their liability, that's the problem, let that person pay.
And that's what I said, right?
Yeah.
So like, and then the other thing I'll add is just on the under expenditures, that if we carry them into the next year, right, they become surplus, right?
They sit in reserve for 2 years.
They sit in reserve for 2 years.
And then used for future use.
Could we transfer them into education, in the education fund account?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No?
Council President.
Why wouldn't we be able to do that?
Because they're technically in our reserve for potential future, for potential future liabilities. So I'll just give you.
How is the education trust fund to the payroll tax set up?
It has nothing to do with the operating budget.
Nothing, okay.
Yeah. The money would be received into the trust fund and transferred out of the trust fund.
So, John, you know that probably tomorrow, city council is gonna be tabling. I think mostly council members are the same page, you know what I'm saying? Then what is the sense table budget? Continue, keep changing. Now it's more than $1 million. So, you know what I mean, right?
I understand the concern.
But part of it is that you have to transfer stuff midstream because we don't approve our budget till almost halfway through the
I mean, I'm willing
year.
to discuss
You know,
any
so I
concerns.
know what you, I
And
understand.
if this is
what you
tabled tomorrow, so be it. I just want,
Right.
we only have one more meeting after this. So
Right,
I
and
just
that's what
wanted to
you'll
make sure we
make us
understand the
aware.
timeline.
Good. Johnny, you're very smart.
Okay.
Johnny did a great job.
Okay, anything else?
Thank you.
No, it's 10:33.
Motion.
We have a motion by Prinzary, seconded by, I believe Mr. Solomon got the
Okay.
second.
Let's go.
Got the second first. We lost Councilperson Ridley, Councilperson Prinzary to adjourn.
Aye.
Yun. Solomon. Robinson. Waterman. President.
Aye.
We're done. Wait for tomorrow.